until one, we get the relationships, two, we get the credibility, and three, we have credible presenters, we probably won't, quite frankly. One of the things that we are working with Black Lives Matter is that we are a Black-led, Black-centered, Black-directed organization with allied support. And this is not that. And so the likelihood, you will get general support. That is, okay, it sounds good, but specific and direct engagement and support is going to depend on those three things. First, you got to have the relationships. Second, you got to have a credible message. Third, you got to have credible messengers. And until we get there, and let me just say this, look at him. Here are the things that we have to deal with in our community. I just got off a call around buying the Crenshaw Mall and stopping gentrification. So we have police violence, we have gentrification, we have the wealth gap, we have mass incarceration. And so if you look at how we spend our time, it's going to be related to one of those, and then there are others, but it's going to be related to those. And if you want us to be invested in and participating in and supporting healthcare, then you're going to have to make the same level of effort that others have made. And the relationships have to be built on three things: mutual respect, mutual support, and mutual benefit. The last one is not always the case. And usually the second one is not there. You may respect us, but when we really need the support for our issues around gentrification and police violence and mass incarceration, and you ain't there, then we'll notice that. Or the same thing. How are we going to benefit? Are Black folks going to benefit from this? Mutual respect, support, and benefit. So those are the three things you're going to need if you're going to build a relationship. And then secondly, you got to have a credible message. And just saying for all is not it. And then finally, you got to have credible messengers.
Yes, thank you so much. What you said is so true. And that's something I think in the Bernie campaign, I definitely brought to that campaign and said, that's why I said, we set up in Lamert Park early, because I said, we have to gain the trust of the community. It's not just going to be he's cool. I said, we got to gain trust here. And we are always
But let me stop you. That ain't trust. It's, we trust you. Because listen, if you Black in America, you know how to relate to white people. We get taught that at an early age. It's white people you got to train to deal with us. So we trust you. It's respect that we're looking for. We don't care about your trust. We want respect, support, and benefit. So even if we know you, and one of the things we struggle with, particularly with BLMLA, is that many people talk about the police. We got to build trust. No, we don't need to trust the police. We don't trust them, but we need respect. And so we need those three things: respect, trust, and benefit. We need credible messengers. We need credible messages, and we need relationships.
Thank you so much. That was just, I hope that if we do have some Democratic Party leaders on here, please, I hope you heard that. And then, so I got to wrap this up, and I'm sorry I couldn't get to everybody on this question, but I do want to end it with Calcadon, because I do believe what she's bringing is the future, and we have to start opening the doors right now. We can't just say millennials and leave it at me. I want to hear, Calcadon, how do you think that even in your generation, you already feel this distrust and this issue in healthcare? How do you think we can address this in our generations, the millennial and Gen Z, moving forward?
Yeah. So first off, Akili just kind of said everything that I was thinking. So just claps for that. I think the younger generation is, they're joining organizations that they feel put, their beliefs at the forefront. And so, Black Lives Matter, yes, believes in single payer, but it's focused on police brutality. It's focused on economic security, right? And for healthcare, for us to garner everyone's support, we need to join forces and support other groups with other initiatives. I think that is like the key, is we can't just keep, partnering up with other healthcare organizations, as great as it is, we're not getting to the community of the other organizations. So while, you know, Akili might support single healthcare and he's representing Black Lives Matter LA, we're not getting to the you know, the supporters of Black Lives Matter LA. We're not getting to those people at that surface level, below that surface level, excuse me. So, you know, joining organizations and fighting for other causes while putting healthcare at our forefront, and then allowing other organizations to also, you know, have a say, like you're doing with me and having a Black woman on here. This is exactly, I feel like, the road that we need to take, and we're taking the first steps by having diverse voices right now.
Yes. So I just wanted to, you know, end with that, because I believe that it just needs to be heard. We have a not just racial diversity on this panel, we have an age diversity on this panel, and that is, like, together very important. So now I'm going to turn this over to Erica. I do have more questions, but I told Chang Sim we could have an up all nighter about single payer, literally from 8 p.m. to 8 a.m. We could have a slumber party where we just pontificate single payer healthcare. And I would invite Gavin and everybody else, the Assembly and the Senate, to join our up all night about single payer. But I'm going to turn it over to Erica, where we're going to focus more on the how we're going to get this done.
Thank you. That was incredible, Gina and panelists. Chang Sim, what time do you want me to go till? Because I know we're behind. If you want to text me, I will try to accommodate. Gina, I just want to say that in the chat, they found the 330 billion. It's right here in the chat. So somebody take a photo and send it to Governor Newsom.
Venmo him. Venmo him.
I love you all on the chat. Thank you for everything. So that's the 330 billion right there. And along those lines, I just want to say that, you know, that often comes up, but nobody talks about all the money we're spending now for only, you know, a small portion of people to get health care. And that if we would have had SB 562 implemented, at the end of this year, the state of California would have saved $111 billion. So just wanted to bring that up. So, okay, I don't have a lot of time, so I'm gonna just kind of skip around here, but I'll start with you, Kalkadan. What do you think are the first steps in getting single payer Medicare for all in California? And because we are running behind, if everybody could maybe keep their answers right to the point.
I'm pretty optimistic, and I believe in, like, community organizing. So I say target and run campaigns against every single Democratic supermajority that we have on there who's not supporting Medicare for all. You know, like, statistically, 80% of Californians support Medicare for all. So logically, there's no reason why it hasn't passed yet. So, you know, like, what do you do with bad employees? You fire them. So I think in the same way, if we can get some progressives, you know, run in these incumbent seats and flip them, scare them, pressure them. Maria Estrada is in here. I absolutely love this woman. It's an honor to be with you, ma'am. And the way that she is, you know, scaring the living crap out of Assembly Member Rendon, like, exactly what she's doing, I say give them hell, and give them a run for their money. So run campaigns against them.
Thank you. And Maria, you just got ma'amed. I'm going to leave that alone.
I'm a grandma, honey. I'm okay with it. I didn't grow this out. I earned these gray hairs, man.
And yeah, so here at Healthcare for All Los Angeles, because we have limited resources, limited time, we have Maria Estrada is our priority candidate. If you think of this as a military strategy and you have limited resources, what hill do you need to take? We want to take the Rendon hill. We want to boot him out. We think that would send quite the message to the governor and the rest of the legislature. As Kalkadan pointed out, is a super majority of Democrats, and they are the ones who have blocked SB 562 single payer here in the state. So please check out Maria Estrada's campaign. Dr. Song, what do you think is the first step in getting single payer Medicare for all here in California?
A fractured movement after 562. Some of the different groups of the coalition kind of broke apart, and it would be really nice for all of us to come back together in a way that put all our energy focused on trying to get a bill passed. Secondly, we need a bill to organize around. So we need a legislator that's bold enough and willing to buck the party establishment to actually try to get a bill introduced, which we haven't been able to find anyone in the last 2 years. Which is really telling in and of itself. So I think those are the most immediate things. If we could find one bold legislator that was willing to say, I'm willing to put a bill on the table, it could really start to re-energize the entire coalition, get us all back together to really start to be much more forceful. And I think you would have a lot more people that have been personally affected by the COVID situation. Those who have lost their jobs, those who have lost family members strictly because of decreased access to care. And I think so the urgency is there, but the fact that not one legislator is willing to step forward and introduce a bill is really pretty awful. I also think it's time that we start to primary more and more corporate Dems in our state as well as nationally, which is what you saw, right? You saw Cori Bush win, and you saw Jamal Bowman win, and you see a lot of real progressives that people are resonating to that message. They're tired of the status quo. And so I think we need to do all of those things. But the first thing is we just need to find some legislator that, and many of us know quite a few of them, but the fact that we can't even get one of these people to step forward and put a bill together is crap.
Well, thank you, Dr. Song. Maureen, what do you think is the first step in getting single payer Medicare for all here in California?
Well, I agree both with Kalkadan and Paul, of course, that we need to organize. We also need a bill. There is a bill that is being drafted for California with a very small group of people, I believe, and it is a blending of SB 562, the state bill, and Jayapal's bill 1384. So we need a bill, as Dr. Song said, to organize around. We also have to pass a law expressing policy that is starts the process, that puts a trust fund together that says that, yes, we are going forward. We need to obtain waivers. There's a controversy about that, but there are mixed opinions on how easy or difficult it is to get a waiver and also to deal with the ERISA, but there are mixed opinions on it. Nothing is set in stone. People say, well, we may have to go to court. Well, what else is new? The people are always going to court to defend our rights, and Medicare for all is a human right. So that's what we need to do, but we need to organize. We need to get this bill, as Dr. Song said, we have got to get someone in the assembly. Los Angeles Healthcare for All has endorsed 7 local candidates, 2 for Congress, 1 for state Senate, which is Liz Castillo, and 4 for the state assembly. And we believe those candidates are Medicare for all. They are grassroots Medicare for all supporters. They have shown that. We haven't seen any demonstration from anyone in office that they are inclined to support it. So we need new people in office.
Thank you. Okay, this next question is for you, Baba Akili. We are in the middle of the greatest movement in history, led by Black Lives Matter, a movement to end white supremacy and state-sanctioned violence against the Black communities. And the current healthcare system that we have now is one of apartheid. It is discriminatory. It basically gives high quality care to wealthy and often white population, and it gives inconsistent and subpar care to people who don't have money, to poor people, to disproportionately in Black communities, Latinx communities, Indigenous communities. And so I'm wondering how I see our healthcare system as a form of, systemic violence. And how can that be communicated and have a movement built around that, like Black Lives Matter has done, for a movement to move us from, as Patrisse Cullors says, from an economy of punishment to an economy of care, in which single payer would be a part of that.
Yeah, that's a big order and a tall question. And I want to try to combine my response to that and to the other. First of all, the fact that you mentioned healthcare apartheid, that's a way to sum it up, a good way to sum it up, as a matter of fact. Part of what we are going to need is education and agitation. We know about this, but we don't agitate people about it. And so we point out a bad thing, but we don't point out the alternative, or we haven't done that yet. So part of it, both as an organizer, there are three elements that organizers have. We have challenge, and if you challenge the status quo, you're going to wind up in a confrontation. If you hold to that challenge, you're going to be confronting power. And if you hold to that confrontation and challenge, you're going to wind up having to disrupt. We haven't got to the disruption phase yet. We haven't even got to the challenge phase or confrontation phase. So how do we get there? Part of it is we have to do engagements and actions. We have to do some mobilizing beyond where we are. And we need a target. One of the things, if you look at all changes that have been made in the US, if you look at women getting the right to vote, it didn't center around getting legislation first. It centered around 1848 to 1920 and all of the mobilizations that went on to make that happen. If you look at the civil rights movement or the labor movement, it didn't center around legislation. Legislation came next. It was the demand of the people that made the legislation real. So we have got to get people to demand universal health care. And we have to get people to demand healthcare as a human right. Part of the struggle for many folks is that we've tied it so tightly to people's jobs. And I'm comfortable, I got some, you know what I mean? But then I lose my job and then I don't have it. And we have got to be the people who make that argument that this doesn't work, but it's got to be centered around a set of demands. Secondly, what does the mobilization and engagement look like? We need a target. And in this case, we got the insurance companies, which most of us do not like. Most of us don't like we like the fact that we got healthcare. We don't like the fact that we got to argue with our insurance company about paying for it or paying, using the process. So we need targets. We need agitation. We need mobilizations. And we need resources. I'm surprised that there isn't at least 4 healthcare for all GoFundMes right now. At least 4, raising money all across the state, all across the country. I like the idea of challenging, moderate Democrats, and but we got to have resources to do that. One way that you can show levels of support is the GoFundMes. I'm surprised that we ain't got 4 or 6 or 10 of those GoFundMes. And I bet you people would contribute, particularly if we said that we are fighting for single payer in California. We're fighting for, so we need resources. We need education and agitation. We need engagement and actions. And we need at least a single or some targets. I'm saying the insurance companies because they are the ones that are standing in the way, quite frankly. And they give a lot of money. They are the ones that force Rendon to shove the bill, quite frankly. And because we don't have a target that's connected to a series of demands, there's nothing to move people to. And so I would ask us to look at, one, engagement and actions. So how do we engage people, and what kind of actions can we, can we be a part of, and mobilizations. 2, a target. 3, a set of critical demands that really speak to people's interest, and then finally, resource development.
Thank you. You're lighting up the chat here. I'm seeing lots of yeses and people adding on to that. So thank you so much. Maria Estrada. I think are you still there, Maria?
I'm here.
Okay, so just how would you answer this, but address to the Latinx community?
Well, I need to get myself elected to get this done. But I'll be honest with you, just even any of the measures that you just mentioned today, people in communities like mine, Black and brown people, never know about any of the measures. We, because we're politically engaged, know every measure, and we'll be talking about this measure, that measure, but when you go into these areas, they don't get that information. And what happens is big moneyed interests will pay someone like Villaraigosa to go on the radio and convince Latinos to vote the wrong way. Because we don't have the resources or the people that are not with the special moneyed interest in our communities, given our people the information. I've been asked to speak at so many different events to tell people how to vote, simply because they don't know what's out there. So when they get to the polls, they're guessing. They're literally guessing. So I am actually putting like a little flyer together. So when I canvass, I'm going to give them what I'm going to vote for, so that they vote how I think is the best way. But we've been doing that since the previous election in 2018, where we put the bills that we were supporting in bright colors, and a check for yes, a check for no, to get that information out there. Getting the people who need it most engaged and the information they need is crucial, and that never seems to happen. So to me, that's part of my responsibility, is getting them that information on these measures, so that they do know how to vote. And so when they do find out, I mean, one of the simplest things I tell people in my community is, I don't send out mailers. I don't have that kind of resources to send out tens of thousands of mailers. Just a stamp, if I sent out 10,000 mailers in my district of over 200,000 voters, you know, the stamps alone would kill me. So the reality is that we got to use the resources we have to get that information out there. Otherwise, none of these measures that you guys all just brought up were going to get passed. That's the reality we're dealing with. So as much as we discuss it, unless it's in our communities, the Black and brown communities, South Central, Southeast, all over this state, they're not going to pass. That's only the people who are politically engaged, who are for the establishment, which is the Democratic Party, is why stuff gets passed here. The fact that the repeal on the gas tax did not pass, that tax hurts the working class people. That tax was a Republican bill. I supported that bill. And I was attacked for supporting a Republican bill. I don't care who writes the bill. I care how it affects people in my community. And that's what we got to be really cognizant of, because a lot of times we get so caught up in it's a Democratic thing or it's a Republican thing, but it's not a people thing. And that's what we forget. And that's what we need to focus on. And that's why we need to get this information to the very people that need it the most. They need to be made aware. And that is the Black and brown community. Anyway,
thank you so much, Maria. I really appreciate that. I've got 3 minutes to wrap up. I have 2 questions. I don't know if I'll get to both of them, but on your note and what Akili said, you know, a great opportunity then, since we are out moneyed, is I do want to encourage people to sign up and volunteer for Maria's campaign and canvass. And while you're canvassing for Maria, it's an opportunity to educate people on single payer. So thank you so much for that. Maureen, I'm going to ask you this question. This was touched upon earlier by Gina, and I've even heard people in the single payer movement kind of, can you just explain? So there are organizations that claim to be in support of single payer, but then they make the case for using incremental approaches, tinkering around the edges, such as expanding Medicaid or having a public option. And what I was going to say earlier is I've even seen people in the single payer movement use single payer and public option interchangeably, which you can't do that. They're not the same. So Maureen, quickly, could you take 1 minute to tell us why expanding Medicaid and a public option is not going to get us to single payer?
Very simply, we are in a state of an emergency and urgency, and we've been there for decades. People are dying every single day. Incrementalism says more people will die today, more tomorrow, more next week, more next month. More will go bankrupt, more communities will dissolve into impoverishment, and it just continues a couple of things. It continues the cruel system that we have now that sacrifices people on the altar of profit. It both Medicaid expansion, because Medicaid is run primarily by for-profit. The administration is done by for-profit insurance industry. They made $3 billion last year out of Medicaid. The only way you make money in healthcare when you're in insurance industry is to deny people care. So my question is, why would we even consider a public option, which is apartheid and tiered care, and throws some people under the bus? It's bargain basement care for some and penthouse care for others. So why would we do that in order to promote further profiteering by the insurance industry? It makes absolutely no sense. And this is an opposition tactic. The insurance industry and the banks and the pharmaceutical and the hospitals, they're not going to come at us and say, oh, we're their insurance companies and we're against single payer. Oh, no. They're going to come through these foundations with these wonderful names like, Healthcare Foundation, and we care so much. And, that do all these little tiny Band-Aid fixes. Those are not solutions. We need a solution. And with that solution comes an overall recognition of what it takes to keep people healthy. Health maintenance as well as medical treatment. But incrementalism, little, Band-Aids, delays, saying, well, not this year, maybe next year, maybe 10 years from now. There's a public option bill, public option suggestion out there now called the Roadmap to Golden State Care. And it requires 41 bits of legislation before it gets to the end. And at the end, it pretty much gives you 3 choices. And it's public option, but all along the way, the insurance industry is profiting out of the public treasury. The Affordable Care Act opened the public treasury to the insurance industry, to the hospital industry, to the pharmaceutical industry and by the way, the banks, the medical industry, the industry, real estate, they all make money in a system that mires people in public debt and causes people to lose everything in their lives that they've ever worked for. So the question is, why would we do that? No. National Health Service was done in 6 months in 1947 in a country that was completely devastated by war, bombed every day for 4 or 5 years, right? Everything was in a mess. People were in soup lines. The prime minister was against it. The doctors were against it. The parliament was, the conservatives in the parliament were against it. They passed it anyway. And in 6 months, NHS was up and running. Medicare was done in 9 months, okay, with no computers. And a lot of people didn't have telephones. So, this idea that it's impossible, I leave you with that Muhammad Ali quote, which I just love. He said, impossible is not a fact. Impossible is an opinion. Impossible means nothing. So this is not impossible. This is what we need. This is what we want. We can do it. Every other country in the world has done it. We can do it too.
Thank you so much, Maureen. I do have other questions, but I've been given it's time to move on to question and answer. So I'm going to turn it over to my co-host, Gina.
All righty, so here's the question and answer time. And we've been on we've clocked all well over 1,000 Zoom hours. We all know how this is going to go. So I'm going to basically drop it real simple. You're going to have 30 seconds to ask a question. I'm really sorry to shorten this up, but we are running over time. So we're going to go off of the participants, you raising your hand. I know some people have already raised their hand and have had it raised for a while now. So we're going to go down that list, but please ask a question. question. Please don't pontificate. We are all activists here. I get it. And we are going to organize something soon where we can have open office hours for single payer, so that it's just straight up questions and answers. It's not going to be a panel. Just, I think that we don't get enough time to answer questions as much as we want to. It's just the fact that we just run out of time. So if you have raised your hand, or if you would like to ask a question, please feel free to raise your hand. I'm trying to see, I don't see, sorry, just give me 2 seconds here. And the first question I see, the first little hand I see is Nick Gaines. Do you still have a question, or was did you ask it in the chat already? Can we unmute Nick? Nicholas Gaines?
There we go.
All
Thanks,
right.
everybody.
Hey,
I do have a question I'd love to ask the panel. As I was kind of going back and forth in the chat, I think everybody knows that there's a limit to how many people we can get elected in the next cycle or even 2 cycles. So outside of the legislative process, what do you all think of using the new public bank that we've established under law, expropriating the San Francisco Mint, printing the $1 trillion coin, putting that into the new public bank, and using that to finance Medicare for All in California? Thank you. Really looking forward to your responses.
Maureen, do you want to take that? I know that you've done a lot of the financial breakdown on the Medicare for All in California.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'd like, could you repeat that question again? It was about the public bank, about making the state a public bank and putting that money in. That is a good idea. If we can get that, I know that there's a bill there. But the money is already in the system. We already are paying 71% of our taxes in California already support the healthcare system. 71% of every healthcare dollar is publicly funded. We are already paying for a system. The money is already there. It's just 1/3 of it is wasted. It is stripped out for insurance and administrative waste of complex systems that we don't need. If we folded in Medicare, Medi-Cal, all of the systems we have now folded into one pocket, into one insurance trust fund, we really wouldn't need additional funds except to expand to more people. Basically, what we'd be doing is using a progressive tax system, possibly progressive taxes and sales tax or payroll taxes. That money's already being spent. We could spend much less and still give everyone in the state of California single payer universal health care, Medicare for all. So the money is actually there. It's already there.
Thank you, Maureen. Any of the panelists, Baba Akila, you want to add to that really quick? I know we've got about 3 minutes left before they're going to kick us out.
Many years ago, I was in Ohio working on a national campaign, and I went out and made this, what I thought was a great presentation about why people needed to support this candidate. Afterwards, a friend of mine I bombed completely. You can't hardly believe how bad I bombed. It was like, oh Lord, what did I do? And brother who was with me at the time said, brother, what you was trying to do is feed these people sugar, and they kept telling you they got a toothache. Part of what we have to do is understand that people got toothaches and that our culture doesn't support what we are arguing for. I mean, help me understand, if you will, that people who smoked, even though they were chemically dependent, continued to smoke after you put that label on the package and said, this is dangerous for you. They continued to do it because culturally they believed it. What we are arguing is for a practical approach. That's why we have to have action. If we simply, listen, Jim Crow would still exist if we simply tried to argue why oppressing people based upon color was not the right thing to do. We challenged it. We confronted it. We disrupted the system. And so part of our arguments, I think, are good, but we are going to have to deal with the culture in America. The culture in America right now is being dictated to by industry. We're going to have to fight against that. You've heard me say this before. The industry is using the same playbook that the tobacco industry uses. and used effectively because the culture was on their side. The culture, we make decisions not based upon information, but based upon our beliefs. And our beliefs come from our culture. And our culture in America is one that if you got it, you deserve it. And if you ain't got it, you don't deserve it. You must be doing something wrong. And so that's the thing that we got to deal with. We got cogent arguments. We got great explanations. We got hell of a stacks of data and information, but it's I don't want to give up what I got, first of all. And I'm scared that what y'all talking about won't get me nothing anyway. So part of what I think we are going to have to do, and I would ask us not to plant all of our eggs in one tactic. That is the assumption that we got to get the right people elected. If that were the case, the shit would have happened already. If we could have gotten them, no movement that I've observed, and certainly none that I participated in, has ever relied on electoral politics to be its method of making substantive changes. We learned that when we lost mightily in 1994. We chose, and we thought at the time a good approach was to take our issue to the people. Well, the insurance companies, the hospital associations, and the doctors just overwhelmed us, and they breeded fear, and you see it all the time. We got a good idea, and then the industry comes in and frightens people. So planting all our eggs in electoral politics and depending on legislation may not be the best tactic. I'm not suggesting we give it up, but I am suggesting that we look at some other tactics. And one of the tactics I'm going to support and advance, because I've seen it work. I've seen it work for the suffrage movement. I've seen it work for the civil rights movement. I've seen it work for the labor movement. And I'm seeing it work for the Black Lives Matter movement now. 1, have a set of demands. 2, be willing to challenge, confront, and disrupt. And 3, educate people and mobilize them.
Amen.
Awesome. Thank you so much. So I'm going to try and squeeze in one more quick question, just because I hate the fact that we always have to cut off questions. So Paul Marchand, you had a question. Can it be really brief before we're already running into another panel's time? So if you have a quick question, can we unmute Paul?
Yeah, no, I think I'm unmuted now, aren't I?
Oh, perfect. Yes, you are. We can hear you.
I'm actually an emergency physician for 36 years, educated in France under a socialist system by a socialist university, and practiced somewhat in France while I was in school under a socialized medical system. So I'm experienced with this. And I will ask 2 questions. First of all, has there been any structure put in place to provide an alternative that we may want to move forward with, to say this is what we're going to replace this with? I mean, a solid structure that's printed out, it's something that we can hand out to people, and something that we can show them this is how this is going to work. And second, I also want to point out that your chances of dying of COVID are greater if you're Native American than any other subgroup. Also, your chances of being killed by a policeman are greater if you're Native American than another subgroup. Is there any specific language to address Native American interests? Thank you.
Go ahead.
I'll go ahead and just take one part of this and then throw it to Maureen. The bill that's being addressed or being written up right now, the single payer bill, one of the main goals is that everybody sees themselves in this bill. So that if you're Native American, you see yourself in this bill. If you are Asian Pacific Islander, you see yourself. If you are transgender, you see yourself, and so on. So I just wanted to say that, but I do appreciate your questions and your comments, and whoever on the panel wants to answer the question, since I'm technically not a panelist.
Yeah, and one of the things I just like to say in regards to the Native Americans is we know that Navajo Nation's been devastated by some of the tribes, the Great Plains tribes that asked for masks from the government, got body bags instead. The Native Americans are always seen as the problem that whoever's in office has to deal with. But that being said, is anything that's ever written, it cannot affect the sovereignty of of the tribes. And one of the things that happened was with the MMIW, that bill that was written to bring resources for the murder of missing Indigenous women, actually took a lot of these bills are written in a manner that takes the sovereignty from the tribe. So it would have allowed the governor of the state of California power to appoint people. It would have allowed the speaker and the Senate pro tem to appoint people to oversee what's happening on on the tribal nations, and that can't happen. It has to be where they're included, but that they still have the ultimate say in what happens in the tribes. So that's just something that I know that I've dealt with when working with the legislation and seeing how it's written, that they do take away the power from the tribes. And even though people think it's a good idea because they're going to get them resources or whatever, they don't have the control of the resources. They don't have the control of who's overseeing what's happening on these tribes. And that's just something that I know that we need to be very cautious of. That being said, is anything that's ever done, it should be inclusive of all people. The struggle of the Indigenous people that's been going on for hundreds of years is the struggle of the Black people, as the struggle of undocumented people and Indigenous people coming from South America. The rising up and the pushing up and the gains from the Black community helps all of us. Any gains in the Indigenous community helps all of us. So the sooner we understand that the people who are hurt most by white supremacy, this failed system, those who are most affected by this, if we could get them acclimated and put up and given the resources they need, everyone benefits from that. Everyone benefits. Had SB 562 passed, by the end of 2020, the state of California would have saved $111 billion, and we wouldn't be $54.3 billion in the hole, wondering what we're going to cut now. It is fiscally irresponsible and immoral not to pass a single healthcare bill. And the sooner that we put the pressure on every assembly person, every legislator to get this passed, the better off we'll be. We know that they're owned by the pharmaceutical industry, the healthcare industry, and we need to make it known that we will not allow it, and we will come after their seats. Everybody needs to be primaried who doesn't support this.
And with that being said, that is the most powerful message right there that we can end this with. So I know that there are more questions and I see them, and I apologize that we can't get to you, but we will be putting together another event, like I'm going to call it office hours, where we can just talk and have questions. But thank you, panelists, so much and for this. And also the next panel is coming up, and also tomorrow, the People's Budget. That's another really powerful panel that will be coming up tomorrow at 2 p.m. with our very own Baba Akili and Melina Abdullah from Black Lives Matter. You know, the People's Budget is going to be, it's historical moment right now. So please check into that too. Once again, like, I'm just touched at the bottom of my heart, you know, that there is so much support coming, not just from the Black community this time. We have a lot of allies here on this call that are supporting us and supporting this movement and supporting single payer. And it's just beyond inspiring. Whether or not who gives a fuck who's in the White House, we're going to do it right here in California. Okay.
Amen. Amen.
Thank you guys so much.
Can we just do a cheer? Single California, single payer now.
Single payer now.
Single payer now. Single payer now. Thank you, everyone. I love you all.
I'm on my way to Camas and Southgate, but I really appreciate being invited on, and it's an honor to be on here with Baba Akili and Dr. Paul Song and Dr. Bill, who I love, and Dr. What's his name? Dr. Bill, and the doctor in Sacramento. He's super nice guy. Yes, yes. Thank you, everyone. Have a great day. Have a great afternoon, and stay cool out there. It's about 100 outside right now. So
okay.
Thank you.
All right, take care, everyone.
Thank you, everybody.
John Lewis, who said you must be bold, brave, and courageous, and you must find a way to get in the way.
Woo! So please take it away, the next panel.
Hi, everyone. Welcome to our panel, Horrors of the For-Profit Healthcare System During COVID-19, where frontline healthcare providers will be discussing how the system exploits both workers and patients and why Medicare for All is the solution. We'll let everyone take a break from the last panel, and then we'll be starting shortly. Hi, everyone. Welcome again to our next panel, Horrors of the For-Profit Healthcare System During COVID-19, where frontline healthcare providers will be discussing how the system exploits both workers and patients and why Medicare for All is the solution. I'm Dana Baker, a Bernie Sanders delegate from California Congressional District 4, and co-organizer of this panel, along with Nina Baldwin, a Bernie delegate from CD45. After the panel, Nina will be hosting a Q&A session with our panelists. So please hold your questions and then use the raise hand function in Zoom when the panel ends. We'll also be taking questions from our live streams on Facebook and YouTube, so feel free to post there towards the end of the panel. So today it is my pleasure to introduce our incredible panelists who are all California delegates for Bernie Sanders. First, we have Dr. Bill Honigman, a retired ER physician and leader of Progressive Democrats of America, and who will be our moderator today. Next, we have Katie Romer, registered nurse and California Nurses Association and National Nurses United Union leader. We have Kyle Thayer, paramedic first responder and physician assistant student. And lastly, we have Dr. Ron Birnbaum, a practicing physician from Physicians for a National Health Program. Dr. Bill, passing it over to you.
Okay, here we go. Thank you. Thanks so much, fellow California Bernie delegate Dana Baker and organizers, and everyone for joining this People's Assembly. I am Dr. Bill Honigman, a retired emergency room physician. I've practiced for more than 35 years here in Orange County, California, and saw over the years how healthcare in America became gradually more and more commercialized, corporatized, privatized, and profitized, treating people as commodities rather than living, breathing human beings. I saw resources cut back in the form of reduced staffing on overnight shifts and increasingly more difficult for folks to see their own doctors or to follow up with their doctors after being seen in the emergency room. They would end up back in the hospital or dead. And obviously with lots of human suffering that could have been avoided. That brings us to the discussion at hand. Specifically, what new and horrific consequences are we providers of a healthcare product seeing, especially now exposed, as Assemblyman Ash Kalra said earlier, and now magnified by COVID-19. So for that discussion, we have this terrific panel. And we're going to split up our time. We're going to have the panelists speak for about 20 minutes. We have 3 panelists, so for about 20 minutes, they're going to speak on the first question is, what are you seeing out there? What have you seen on the ground before and after COVID-19? And tell us about your experience. And the second question will be the second 20 minutes will be, how does that relate to what system changes you see as necessary to move away from the corrupting influences of for-profit healthcare? So with that, that gives us about 3 panelists, 20 minutes each for the first question. I'm going to turn to the amazing, awesome Katie Romer of the National Nurses United and California Nurses Association. Katie, if I can call on you first to tell us what you're experiencing now, especially in the age of COVID.
Thank you, Dr. Bill. I appreciate it. And thanks to all of the people that have put together these panels and this whole People's Assembly. It's even though it just started, it's been amazing so far. And I'm really looking forward to hearing about the rest of it. I'm going to just start out by telling you, I am stunningly pissed off. I live in a state right now of absolute fury. And it's hard to even express where nurses and other healthcare providers are right now in terms of this pandemic. We were struggling before. We were, short staff. We have, as Dr. Bill alluded to, we have been, commodified, and the for-profit healthcare systems have been stripping us of the things that we've needed to provide decent patient care for a really long time now. But this pandemic has absolutely laid bare the brutality of this system, and the fact that we continue during the pandemic to be stripped of the resources that we need to be able to provide not just good patient care, but decent and even safe patient care to our patients. I think I'm representing kind of the inpatient group right now, where the people who are actually in the hospital taking care of patients, that's where I am right now. And I hope I can convey to you how bad it is, and how horrific it is to be a patient right now, not just as a COVID positive patient or coronavirus positive patient, but any patient right now. It is dangerous. All of us are unsafe. And we continue 6 months into this pandemic not to have what we need to safely take care of the human beings that are entrusted to us. We don't have the personal protective equipment. We're not using science. They've thrown science out the freaking window during this pandemic, so that no longer are we using the 75-cent N95 masks that you've heard so often about in the news. We used to walk into a room, put that we'd put that mask on, walk into a room, and when we walked out of that room, we would throw it in the garbage, because that's what science said was the safest way to protect yourself. And again, I'm just speaking of the N95. I'm not speaking of all of the things we would put on. We put on, depending on the circumstances, a lot more than that. But what we've been told during this pandemic is wear the mask for the whole shift, or put the mask in a paper bag and save it and use it later. I'm sorry, viruses don't decide to stay on the outside of a mask while it's sitting in a paper bag. It's all over that mask. So now when I put that mask back on, I'm putting that mask onto my face. Or if I'm walking into a room and I walk out of that room and I keep the mask on because I have to reuse that mask, all that stuff can be on the outside of that mask, right? All the virus can be on the outside. So when I go into the room, I'm basically making a decision now. Do I protect myself or do I protect the patients that I'm taking care of? We should never be placed in a situation like that. We have been utterly failed by the people that are supposed to have taken care of us. Nurses and other healthcare workers, we sign up to take care of sick people. We know that there is risk involved in taking care of sick people. And we take that on. that risk is something that we take on, but it is the obligation of the hospitals that we work for to give us everything that we need to be safe. And they have failed to do it, not only because they have failed to give us the personal protective equipment, they failed to give us the staffing that we need to take care of people. They've actually cut staffing in the middle of this pandemic. They've cut staffing. Like the night ICU nurses in my hospital where I work don't have someone watching them, so that, you know, right now, hopefully I can explain this in a clear manner, but when you are in the intensive care unit and you have COVID-19, you often have the pump that is giving you life-saving medications to keep your blood pressure elevated enough to keep you alive. Those pumps are outside the room in order to save the personal protective equipment and not have people have to go into that room. But let's say a nurse goes into the room to actually do the assessment on the patient, and something happens where they have to adjust that pump. Somebody has to be outside that room to do that adjustment, or they would have to go back out, take everything off, adjust the pump, put everything back on, and go back in the room. But there's not those people a lot of the time to do those adjustments outside the room because the freaking hospitals don't want to pay for it. That is appalling that we would be in that situation. To cut people, not give us, these corporations are making so much money and they don't want to put it toward patient care. This is, you know, nurses really live right at that nexus. And, you know, Dr. Bill, tell me if I'm running out of time here. Just like hold up your hand. But we live right. Yeah, go ahead, Bill.
Yeah, you need to wrap up
okay.
this segment, but thanks.
Okay, I'll just like finish up with a couple of sentences. Nurses live, where the care that we provide, we see everything at the end point of what all of these policies that we're talking about, all of the injustices that we're talking about, we see the end point of that when people get sick and can no longer hold it together anymore because they live in neighborhoods where they don't have the resources that they need, because they're victims of a racist system in this country and don't get the either resources or health care that they need, and they are under the incredible stress of living in a racist society. We see all of the people who don't have access to health care and can't pay for it. And we understand how that works because we see those human beings, and we are forced to make a decision right now between taking care of them and taking care of us. And our employers know that we're going to take care of them. And they're exploiting the fact that they know we will do that. They will go into those rooms whether we have the right equipment or not. And they're exploiting the fact that we will do that. They know we'll risk our own lives. They know we'll risk our families' lives. They know we'll risk, unfortunately, the community's lives. And they're taking advantage of it. So that is the worst, kind of level of exploitation that I hope everyone understands, that puts not only us at risk, but every one of you and everybody in the community at risk as well.
Absolutely. And Katie, I know we're just touching the tip of the iceberg here because, as we talked about before, they're not even testing everyone for COVID in the hospital. I mean, can you imagine that? We don't not only have, universal testing in the population, even in the hospital, we have no idea who else is asymptomatic walking around with the disease. So our hats are definitely off to you. You are definitely on the front lines. Let me bring up another frontline provider, my good friend, Kyle Thayer, paramedic and first responder. Kyle.
Howdy, folks. My name is Kyle Thayer. I'm a paramedic down in San Diego. I've been in emergency services for the past 12 years. And for the last 6 of them, I've been the lead first responder paramedic running 911 calls in the city of San Diego. And I've had a long experience with the horrors of the privatized healthcare system. In fact, I've been spending the last few years going back to school, getting extra education. I'm in the process of becoming a physician assistant student because the horrors of the pre-hospital privatized healthcare system. Matter of fact, the city of San Diego and many other cities across California and the nation are their 911 systems run by a company called AMR. That company is owned by the Koch brothers. So literally private equity is trying to squeeze every dollar out of your family's emergency care, and it's unconscionable. And these problems have only actually gotten just worse now that COVID's going on. A couple of examples that I can give you off the top. I don't want to take too much of everybody's time, but just like Katie was saying before, we're reusing our N95 masks. This is something that we have always thrown away right away if we suspected a respiratory-borne illness. Now we're being asked to wear them all day. Even worse, there's just no consistency in the science and what we're expected to do. For instance, when I'm breathing for somebody, I use a bag and I have something connected to their face, either a breathing tube or it's a mask. And for a short period of time, we're told every time you're doing something to that effect, you need to use this filter. And the filters were there for about 3 weeks. They all got used because there was a lot of respiratory-borne illness. And then they just disappeared. And now we're supposedly getting exposed to all the things that are coming out of the breathing tubes and coming out of the person's mouth. And so COVID, and the crazy thing is COVID has actually reduced 911 call volume. And a company that's owned by the Koch brothers is not going to let a good opportunity like this go to waste for them. They're going to cut this down to the bones. And as call volume rises, they are not going to be increasing the number of ambulances on the road. So there's a million things I could talk about on the horrors of the private healthcare system. And there's a million ways we can fix it. And well, I have a feeling we've got that coming up. Thank you very much for your time, everyone. Dr. Bill.
Thank you so much, Kyle. And I know, it's such a travesty. I mean, to be asked to walk into the fire, is bad enough. And that's what you and Katie are doing. I'm going to bring up Dr. Ron Birnbaum now. Ron is a physician in kind of central LA, sees a lot of publicly financed patients, right? Medi-Cal, which is Medicaid, of course, across the country, and Medicare patients. And so in your practice, Ron, what are the challenges of COVID-19? And especially, are you seeing those healthcare inequities that we talk about with social determinants of health and that kind of thing in your population? I'm sure you are. Would you tell us about that, please?
Sure. And I also want to thank all the organizers for putting the work in this and everybody who's come together to educate themselves here and to spread word about the problems that we have. And, one thing you said in the beginning of the question, Dr. Bill, was things like before the pandemic and during the pandemic. And they're related, but they are definitely related through a system that is perverse and evil. And it's an apartheid-based system. I think that's become increasingly clear over the years. And it isn't ultimately based on the health of human beings and the wellness of human beings. Its incentives are aimed primarily at the earning of money, despite the efforts of individuals within that system, people like Katie and Kyle, to navigate that and do their best. So just to give people just a sense of what I do, I mean, my specialty is dermatology, but I work in different settings. So I work a little in a county hospital, Harbor UCLA Medical Center, and see poor, often undocumented patients in Medi-Cal and Medicare. I work in a federally qualified health center, teaching family practice residents and seeing patients, largely undocumented population there, also people on Medi-Cal, as you said, Medicaid in California. I work in a small community practice I set up where one of the few people who will see patients with Medi-Cal, and therefore most of my patients are Medi-Cal because I'm one of the only people who see them. And then I do work in one sort of more typical practice where I see people who get insurance through their work, often through the work that their unions have done to get them that insurance and others. And in all the places where I work, I see some patients on Medicare. And so I've been a witness to a system over many years that just doesn't care for human beings equally. And then the virus found us in a state where it differentially, and this isn't the only health condition that does this, but it differentially infects and kills people who have worse baseline health in a system that's been an apartheid-based system and gives people worse baseline health. So that's the sort of like the big broad strokes things and sort of view that I kind of wanted to share where I begin, but there's a lot of specific details in there. And there are a different set of details maybe than Katie's, because I work in outpatient settings, or Kyle's, who's working out in the field. So let me stop there for intro.
Okay, great. Well, thank you. Ron, actually, you were kind of shy of another minute or two. So I'm going to ask you specifically as regards COVID-19 now, how are you seeing the problem, exposed and magnified in providing care for patients in your setting?
Well, actually, I'll point out two things that are very specific to my experience in the last several months. And one speaks to some of the challenges right at the beginning of the pandemic in March, although many of them have continued. And another part is something that's sort of emerging horror and catastrophe. Horror is an important part of the title of our event today. So one was that because there's so few people who do what I do, who will see people who don't have much, the people who do it have tried hard to expand or help more people than we otherwise would. So I had some experience with doing telehealth as a means to expand healthcare or my specialty's knowledge in the social safety net before the pandemic. So right in March, when everything was shutting down, we continued to have a sense of wanting to help people who are, in some cases, who, without exposing them to coming to the healthcare settings. I mean, Katie can't manage event over telehealth, but I can do some dermatology over telehealth. So one of the first things I did was all these different places that I worked, because I had some experience in this, converting our healthcare system to doing Zoom healthcare, just using the same platform we're all meeting on. And right away, I've never had such an explosive view of the American digital divide and our lousy kind of healthcare system, and how that sort of played out in differential access. So, and this is an issue for kids in school and everything. If you don't have like a computer with a camera, then it's harder for me to do that particular thing for you, right? And guess what? The poor people in our country are less likely to have that stuff. But the other thing that was really galling is that all these places where I'm trying to work, we're just like trying to stay afloat. And to do that, we have to get paid for providing care. And providing care for telehealth is has a special set of kind of reimbursement characteristics. So one of the first things I was doing in March, when everybody else was like running around with their heads cut off like a chicken, was talking to my congressperson and the CMS, trying to lobby the people in Medicare to make those rules more supportive of people who wanted to do digital. If there are seniors, for example, on this call, which there are, many of whom are like scared to death reasonably of going into healthcare settings, and they want to get help from their providers through a digital means on the phone or through Zoom. They need that. So Medicare was about to finish this point, Bill, and I'll be done. Medicare did respond to that, despite being run by like total assholes that are in there. They still responded to that. But then every single little insurance company decided they had to have a long-term approach and evaluation to whether they were going to pay for this stuff. And that speaks to the fact that they don't think about providing care. They often think about not providing care because it saves them money. And their bottom lines show it right now.
That's right. That's exactly right. Well, thanks, Ron, because that's a perfect lead in for part two. And we'll go around the panel once again, which are the system changes. I mean, full disclosure, all of us, including myself, we all voted for Bernie Sanders for the convention, right? We're all Bernie delegates. We voted for Bernie and against the platform because it didn't include Medicare for all. So obviously, Medicare for all, you know, has to be what I would think all of us agree on as a fix. But let's go back to Katie. What do you think in your experiences, Katie? You know, they're on the front line in your environment. How do you look at Medicare for all or other fixes that we need for your situation and your patients, especially?
Yep. So first, I just need to back up just a little bit. I was so excited about being pissed off about what's going on in all of the hospitals. I didn't say, you know, basically, I've been a nurse for 25 years, and I am lucky enough to be part of a union that fights like a dog for us and that allows us to, and that's National Nurses United here in California, the California Nurses Association. And they have done a pretty incredible job of putting together resources that we can put forward. So, and first and foremost, I just want to like set the stage for what I'm about to say by saying we have to get profit out of healthcare. I don't care whether you're fee for service. I don't care whether you're an affordable care organization, very different ways of making money. And it doesn't matter because both of them do the same thing. They screw the patients and they screw the healthcare providers in order to rip off profits from them and keep them for themselves. And when you have something as critical of a public good, I mean, for God's sakes, libraries are free in this country, right? Garbage collection is, no, that's not. Libraries are free in this country, but we can't give health care to people even when it's cheaper. So I just preface it with that. I am absolutely not interested in hearing anything about incrementalism because I can't, you know, people are dying and they're dying right in front of us. And some of them don't need to die. They're dying because we're not giving them what they need to get the care that they need. That said, there is more that we can do. One of the things that we're working hard is supporting the HEROES Act, which would give our patients some economic relief. I'm stunned to hear that Congress walks out for their break without any relief for the people of this country in the middle of just a collapsing economy and people who are going to be homeless and people who are just millions of people losing their health care every single day because of the loss of their jobs. This system is ridiculous. It's inhuman. So the HEROES Act will give some economic relief. It will also put in place the Defense Production Act, basically, which will force the production of PPE, the personal protective equipment that we need so desperately, that has not happened yet, 6 months into this pandemic. We also need an enforceable emergency temporary standard on infectious diseases from OSHA, all of which we are getting support in the Democratic version of the HEROES Act. So those are some things, but I also just want to talk a little bit about the kind of dogfight that we're having in our facilities. We are having multiple days of action, and we have done, at least in, I'm going to talk about my facility just for a moment, but this is being echoed in facilities all throughout the state and the country. We've done multiple actions to demand and shame the hospital in front of the hospital to demand for the PPE that we need. When we were in the height of the George Floyd protests, we did a BLM action in front of our hospital that, I mean, I work in Oakland. We have an incredibly diverse workforce in Oakland, and people who don't always show up for the union actions came out for that because they were so grateful that we were taking a stand together. And most recently, we did a national day of action for getting the staffing that we need. And you know, it's all tied into one, but we're appalled that they're going after the freaking ratios in California, which is the only state in the damn country that puts a minimum standard for how many patients a nurse can take care of. And the dang hospitals, and they're, you know, colluding the hospital industry and the hospital associations and the, you know, the state and the federal government but mostly the hospital associations are colluding with them to rescind the ratios in a pandemic. So you think about those ICU patients in the room that have the, pumps on the outside that are ventilated. The patients are sedated. They're often on their stomach. We call it proning. They need one-to-one care by a nurse. Sometimes they need more than one nurse and respiratory therapists and others to be in that room. The state standard for ratios to have one nurse at least for 2 patients. They want to get rid of that. So they want to start giving ICU nurses with these patients up to, 3 or more patients. Like, you are going to have dead people because no nurse can take care of those people the way that they need to be taken care of and help them survive. This is a deadly, deadly disease. Once you get intubated, once you are in intensive care, you are very, very likely not to live. Your statistics are not good, but you're really going to be dead if the nurse doesn't have the staffing to be able to absolutely monitor you minute by minute. And
Absolutely.
the fact that we would even have that be a question right now is so appalling. So we're working. I have some photos later. I don't know if they'll be able to pull them up, but of some of the actions that we've done that I hope to be able to show you, but we'll see.
Sure.
Thanks.
Sure. Thanks, Katie. So let's, we'll go to Kyle next on the same question. I agree. I want to say before, Kyle, that I agree with Katie. There is no middle ground when it comes to human life. And I know as a principle of disaster management in medicine, that what institutions are supposed to do is to upgrade in the case of a disaster. You're supposed to turn regular hospital beds into ICU beds, right? And or like convalescent beds into hospital beds with that kind of care, that kind of staffing. So Kyle, I'm sure you've seen the same issues in the field as a first responder, where you were given far too few resources to deal with that kind of upgraded disaster management, that we really are in now and should have.
Absolutely. I mean, half the time, a 911 system, it's tough to predict. There's ebbs and flows, and you kind of want to be prepared for everything. And there is definitely times pre-COVID that I've felt that we didn't have the resources we needed to take care of the people that we had in the city. I also wanted to kind of just reaffirm what Katie said. We need to take the profit motive out of our healthcare system. I've literally had patients that have gotten into a motorcycle accident, have broken legs trying to drag themselves off the freeway because they're worried about the ambulance and hospital bill. And it's just absolutely unacceptable. When people need healthcare, they should receive healthcare. It seems like a pretty simple idea. Another thing that I think we need to do with post-COVID, we need to be encouraging every legislator to be encouraging the executive branch to implement the Defense Production Act until we have all the supplies we could possibly need, so that every time I go into a house that has 4 different people in it, I wear one N95. I don't know if any of those people have COVID on them. Well, as soon as I leave that house, I should take that mask off and I should be grabbing a new one. We need to implement the Defense Production Act so that every ventilator, every mask, every resource that we could possibly need is taken care of and provided. And as like I said, as Katie said, the profit motive in healthcare is a cancer, and we must fight it at every turn. As Dr. Bill said, no middle ground. We need to make sure. Just one last thing. One of the things that I've been working on in my position as a delegate, huge honor to be a delegate representing for Bernie Sanders. I've implemented asking the Democratic Party to implement reforms that we support publicly run 911 systems. When you call 911, it shouldn't be somebody with a profit motive looking to make a buck off of your emergency. So I've authored some changes, and I'm going to continue to push for that going forward. And I just want everybody to be cognizant of what the 911 system in their town looks like. The police and the fire department will usually be run by the city or the county or the municipality, but your ambulance could literally be trying to cut as few ambulances as they can, so that when your grandma has a stroke or a heart attack, it's going to be longer response times and they have worse outcomes. So please just pay attention to that in your community. And again, thank you so much for all your time.
Oh, thank you, Kyle. So, and I got to tell you, I 100% agree that for-profit takes resources out of the system that could be applied to that need. So it's actually immoral to have for-profit involved at any step along the way in treating people. So, Ron, I'm sure when patients can't get to see you, whether it's telehealth or whatever, if they're intimidated by costs and maybe ICE or something, to seeking care, their problems are made worse, right? So things will get worse and require even more resources to deal with that. So how are you seeing from your perspective as a practicing physician the fix for the problem, for the state that we're in now?
Well, we need Medicare for all. And I mean, there's maybe a couple of intermediaries that I don't consider sort of incremental things, but sort of emergency type things or facilitative things like the Healthcare Emergency Guarantee Act. I would like to see a stronger move to make it so that our state could do Medicare for all. But this it's been a wrenching time, sort of as a physician and as an activist and somebody who cares about like justice and politics, because like March was a month that illustrated so profoundly how wrong the direction of the Democratic Party has been since LBJ and the passage of Medicare and the Civil Rights Act and that stuff, like how far off we've gotten from that, illustrated that so profoundly. And yet the choices that were made, that the public and Democrats and et cetera made in March, and then that have been translated into some of like the platform fights and things like that we Bernie delegates have been involved in, are as if they completely ignored those profound lessons. And so that's been like an enormous disconnect. So I'll just give you a couple examples of those things. And so, for example, for many years, Medicare for All was in the Democratic, it's kind of real universal healthcare was in the Democratic Party platform. In the early 80s, it found its way out. And then, and in a state like California, although really even in a state like South Carolina, which voted for Vice President Biden, if you ask the people who were voting, Democrats there, do they support Medicare for all? Overwhelmingly so. And so to the extent that Sanders lost or Biden won, in my view, that was a loss, I guess, an electability argument, but not a policy argument. And yet the folks on the platform committee pursued that like as if there had been a policy argument that was won. They came to the wrong conclusion from what happened in the primaries. One small fight, I'll give you an example of that, and some people here were involved in that, was we said, okay, Joe, you won this election, or it looks like you did, and you said you would veto Medicare for all, but in California, Bernie won big and he beat you in California. And we want to do Medicare for all in California. How about that as kind of a unifying party thing? Let's facilitate a state like California doing Medicare for all, knock the barriers down to the waivers and the federal stuff. That would be a great sort of unifying type move. So there was some language in the draft platform that said, yeah, we should, we should help those states, we should do, the states could do something like that. We said, no, we wanted to say like a state can do single payer Medicare for all, the government will support it. If you don't want it somewhere else, okay, hopefully you'll learn from us in California. Even that was sort of torpedoed. And so to me, there's a couple conclusions. And one, we have to take action like a lot of us did. We said no on the platform. But I think that in the last few weeks, we figured out that the election for 2024 has already started. We can't wait for all that stuff, but that the election has begun, whoever wins the election this fall.
All right. Okay, thanks, Ron. Thanks for that highly political answer to the question, which I you know me, I'm a political junkie. I really appreciate it. Dana, I think we're turning back to you for questions from the queue, right? So what do we have, another 15, 20 minutes to take some questions? And then I will be as fair as I can to distribute the questions among our panelists.
I'll be taking on the questions, Dr.
Oh,
Bill.
Nina, there you go.
Yeah, no worries.
Thank you, Nina.
Yeah, no problem. So we're going to go to question and answer right now. And what that means is if you want to ask a question, there is a raise hand function. If you're not sure where it is, if you go to the bottom of your Zoom, there is a participant section, click that, and next to your name, there's a way to raise your hand. Also, if you're on the phone, you can raise your hand by pressing *9. You can also ask questions in the chat, and we will try to get to your question there as well. And lastly, also to get to the chat, you can get there by going to the bottom. There should be a chat section as well that you can click to see the chat. And let's make sure our questions are only 1 minute long, because we want to make sure everyone has a chance to get their question asked. And let's all make sure that these are questions and not just, I know we all have our different things we want to talk about, but we have our panelists on here, and let's make sure that they can answer questions. So go ahead and raise your hand or go into the group chat to ask questions.
And thank you, Nina, for reminding folks to please try and limit your questions and comments a minute or two, and panelists as well. We could try and keep your answers short, and then we can get to more of the questions. So thank you.
Okay, so the first person I have is Paul Marchand. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Oh, a fellow retired ER doc, right?
I'd love to say that, but Doc, I've got you by a year, and for practice length. And the other sad thing about it is I probably will be retired after today for even participating in this, because I doubt if anyone's ever going to hire me again. Anyway, what I'm going to say is, have we looked at any of the systemic ills in terms of the emergency room? I know you alluded to staffing. This also alludes to the staffing in the emergency room. We've never had ratios, because the immediate problem in the emergency room is we were thrown out of the ratios right away, which means that most of my nurses and my colleagues have spent their entire existence, and you can amplify this, in a state of exhaustion. What I want to do is see if we could address a structural approach to changing medicine in California in terms of trying to eliminate the huge growth of hospital administration and hospital costs associated with that.
Right.
And then there was some question, actually, single payer.
Thanks. That's plenty. So
okay.
Thank you, Paul.
You're fine.
We do want to keep the comments short, but it's a great question. I would just say that, over the years of my experience, when I did my training in emergency medicine, they taught that staffing should be for peaks, right? Peaks in volumes and acuity. So you're always ready for the most and the worst that walks into your emergency room. And over the years, we started seeing them, get rid of people that they saw sitting around. And so I think, Katie, if I can go to you, that's a struggle the nurses have been fighting for a long time as well, is the staffing issue in particular. And I know, Kyle, you've experienced that in your setting. So Katie or Kyle, you want to add to that?
Well, I just do want to say that we do have ratios in the emergency room, and so we do have, for nurses, we have ratios. We did win that as part of our ratio fight. So, thank God for that, because if we didn't, we would be in so much deeper trouble than we are. But I do want to say that the hospitals are cutting staffing in the emergency room during a pandemic. So there's just no shame. There is no shame because it doesn't matter, right? Like ultimately what's happening is we're being set up to fail. Because if you don't have enough people to provide the care, you can talk about, what you need for ratios. Ratios are the minimum, right? You're not supposed to only be at ratios all the time. What you're supposed to be doing is looking at the patient care needs of the patient and then providing what is needed to be able to take safe care of them. But if you're cutting the staffing during a pandemic, you're making a decision not to do that. So, and that's what's happening. And I don't think it's even, we are just we fought really hard to get those ratios in place. We're fighting really hard to hold on to them. But it isn't just us that deserve ratios, right? Like everybody deserves some sort of a ratio so that we all can give the care, all the providers can give the care that we need.
Right.
But, they're going to fight us tooth and nail for that. But so we do have that. We're trying to fight to hold on to it, and we're going to continue that.
And it's also prevention, because if you have enough staff, it keeps things from escalating and costing even more in the way of resources. So it will end up costing less. So Kyle,
very, very similar. I'm very glad to hear that the nurses won ratios. Unfortunately, the 911 system seems to be the wild, wild west. They get to make up the rules as they go along. And, sometimes we have enough to respond to a grandmother having a stroke within 5 minutes, but there's been many, 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 more than I can count, where I've responded to a CPR down at the border, and I'm 40 minutes away in North County, San Diego, because we simply just don't have the resources during peak times. And the company, all they care about is, well, do we meet compliance at a certain percentage of the time? Are we making our response time 90% of the time? Well, if so, then we're in compliance, and a couple people died. Oh well, that's how they look at it. And it's really immoral and disgusting. We need to, I hope that, I'm on the way out of the pre-hospital system and going into the emergency room myself. And I plan to keep fighting for EMTs and paramedics, but I hope that we can get a ratio and a minimum amount of ambulance hours per population and density and that kind of thing. So I know that fight and that struggle, and I'm glad you have ratios, and I hope that you can continue to keep it, even though they're going to do everything they can to probably try and take it away from you.
That's right. And those decisions are being driven by market forces instead of by the will of we the people. So I know you agree with that, Ron, too. If we could go to the next question, and probably we'll catch Ron for the answer, but let's see if that's okay, Ron. We'll ask the next person for their question.
Okay, next we have is Kayla Asato, and let me unmute you 1 second.
Hello?
Okay,
cool.
Go ahead.
Awesome. Of course, I'm here, so I support Medicare for All. But I was wondering, how do we want to enact that for California? I know that, like on the organizing side, so I know that Massachusetts has several organizations based there that have been pushing for Medicare for All at either a national level or specifically at the state level. And they are trying to lead on healthcare reform for Medicare for All. And they are pushing it, they have pushed it through the state Senate, and they have trouble with the Assembly and the Governor's Mansion. So I was wondering if we had any strategies for enacting the same kind of thing in California, partnering with them or other national organizations. What's the strategy there?
Great question. Thank you, Kayla. And so Ron, this seems like a T-ball kind of question for you, being an organizer with PNHP, and you've got your excellent partners like NNU and PDA, and all these groups working on it. What do you see to tell Kayla about this?
Well, one thing, Kayla, is the session before this, there were some folks really talking about that in detail. So if we made available the recording of that, you'd get a more detailed answer. But the short of it is that there are a whole set of similar organizations, I would say, in California, including some that are national organizations. So and from a physician standpoint, I'm part of Physicians for a National Health Program, which has a California state thing in a Los Angeles or a Southern California chapter, for example. There's a ton of activists from Healthcare for All, Los Angeles and statewide who are on this. And there's an organization called One Payer States who has some of their leadership is on this call. And so I don't think there's a lack of organizations. There's some work on new legislation for California, but there's a larger project, which is both making it clear to the broadest set of communities who are, particularly the ones who are least well served by our current system, what are the paths that are the best way to reform our system. And then there is also political tasks of fighting, because see, all that profit and money is tied to a political system where that money gets disproportionate representation in our legislatures. If you try to do a ballot initiative, they can spend disproportionate money killing the ballot initiative. So there is, don't be despondent, but it takes public movements to overcome that money, for sure.
All right, and let me go to Katie, and I'm just going to mention between you two, because PNHP and National Nurses United are the big dogs. There's no doubt about it. But us little dogs in Progressive Democrats of America, PDA, we've been having weekly emergency healthcare emergency town halls. You're welcome to join us. You go to our Facebook page, PDA Healthcare. Join us for our weekly town hall meetings. And Katie, NNU has some major organizing going on, like later this month, right? Like after the convention, day of action, etc. Oh, you're muted.
So 22nd, we're having a national day of action for Medicare for All. So everyone is invited to participate in that. We've been in this fight along with our allies and the rest of the groups that have already been mentioned for decades. And we have done all of it, right? In terms of, SB 562 and putting forth a state initiative to try to get that through, and then going, the focus has really been more recently national. We've done, ongoing distributive organizing to really get people educated at the grassroots level, because you don't get a movement and you don't get 88% of the Democrats supporting Medicare for All and more than 50% of everyone supporting Medicare for All unless you've done the deep educating of people about why it is in their self-interest to support it. And that is what we have really continued to do and will continue to do to educate people and to push this movement along. So a lot more to come. Again, the 22nd is that National Day of Action for Medicare for All. There will be many more details to come, and there'll be, again, there will be actions all over the place that you can sign up for and participate in. So
I love it. And from the feminist movement, I think it was that they coined the term raising consciousness, right? So raising awareness is so important. The town halls, the movie showings, the living room discussion groups, once we get back in our living rooms, again, small group meetings and stuff, and especially supporting those local candidates who get it, who understand that their cities and school districts will save money and save lives and a healthier, happier workforce. So I think we have time, don't we, Nina, for another question or two even? How are we doing on time?
Actually, we're doing great on time. It turns out we have a little additional time.
Sure. So if anyone else would like to raise their hand, while we're going to the next question.
Yeah, if anyone, people feel free to keep. We want to hear as many voices as possible. We love to have a large amount of people get to have their question answered. Right now, I do have a David Mandel. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Thank you. Hi. Stop me if you already covered this. I came on a bit late to do another meeting, but I would just like the speakers to think beyond the current struggle a little bit, because what all the current bills advocate is something like the Canadian system, where there's a single payer, but healthcare providers are still private. And I think that there's still potential problems with that, because not all of them are like you, and some of them are going to want to maximize their profits, and that's still problematic. So the two places that I know of, I'm sure there are more, where they have a fully social system are UK and Cuba. Cuba seems to work pretty well. In fact, they have enough surplus to help the rest of the world. And the UK, nobody dares advocate for getting rid of the system. Everybody loves it, though under neoliberal governments, of course, they can erode it by cutting the funding for it. So I just, what do you think that eventually we should aim for that and move beyond the kind of Canadian system that the current bills advocate for? Thanks.
So thank you, David. Great to see you. David Vandal is he's a force of nature, has worked alongside all of us for peace and social justice issues inside the California Democratic Party. Great to see you. And kind of a wonky question for this group. I would just say, as also I'm a member of Democratic Socialist America too, and I believe that any condition of human need should be socialized, because like we said, when you take profit out of it, then that removes resources that could go to applying it. And you don't have to look any further than our VA system, right? Veterans Administration is fully socialized. The government owns and operates that, and their outcomes are excellent. So Kyle, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I just kind of wanted to say, while I completely agree with the sentiment, I personally am careful when I'm talking about that issue. I like to try and keep the conversations more towards distribution of our own money and how we're paying for healthcare services. I find it's easier for me. I work in an ambulance with Second Amendment Republicans all day, so I'm having kinds of conversations where I'm trying to nudge people over to my side. So I get some pushback about the VA sometimes, but I am obviously all for a UK style health system. It seems to work very well over there. People absolutely love it. And I do, like Dr. Bill said, the profit motive in human need, whether it be water, internet, or healthcare, should not be part of the equation. That's personally how I feel. I don't know if that's representative of the panel.
Yeah, just to chime in for just 2 sentences. I mean, the thing about Medicare for All is it is immediately recognizable by people. And you've got to get a system that is recognizable and that people can support. And we've had such a heavy lift to be able to push for Medicare for All. If you allow people to kind of levy that, socialist label against your system. I mean, I love the VA too. The VA is great, and it's truly a socialist, so-called socialist system. But realistically, here in the United States, doing a Medicare for All, expansion and improved Medicare for All is probably a more likely lift.
Absolutely. So, and Ron, I don't know if you had more to add to that. I would just chime in that.
Pretty much agree with that, but happy to talk to you about that too, David, if you ever want to get into
the lowest hanging fruit, really, in the political sense, is big pharma, where you've even got Republicans on board for lowering drug prices, right? But next, by all means, the most egregious purveyor of waste, fraud, and abuse is big insurance. So that's who we're going after and socializing that part of the healthcare system at this point. We'll go after hospitals and doctors and after that. But let's start with big pharma and big insurance. Would be my answer to that. So can we go with the next question? Nina, I think Paul had his hand up, but I think we should give it to folks who haven't been able to ask theirs.
Sure.
If that's okay. Thanks.
Yeah, we can do like a progressive stack, and we'll have people we haven't heard yet, and then if we have time, we'll go to people a second time.
Thank you, Paul.
Okay, so I'm going to go to Andrew. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you right now.
Hey, hi. I guess mine is a big strategy question. I've watched the debate go on for quite a long time, talking about the horrors of our medical system. and the disasters. And of course, it's become even more obvious under COVID. But strategically, I often think that talking about the horrors does not actually motivate people to action. I think Michael Moore in his film Where to Invade Next kind of got that a bit when he showed systems that were working. And I'm wondering what you all think about whether we should shift toward actually looking at a kind of a more utopian view of how healthcare should be as the way to motivate folks, rather, because most people already know their healthcare is a disaster and feel very unconfident about it. So that's my question.
Good question. What do you think, panel? Who would like to go answer that first? I saw Kyle's hand first.
Yeah. So, oh shoot, I just spaced my thought. What was the general point of the question again?
Are we looking more for how good
Oh, positive or
be?
Negative?
Right.
Okay, right.
Are.
So I know for me, I use a combination of both. I know that when I tell people the story of the guy with the broken leg dragging himself off the freeway because he was scared of the bills, that seems to have an impact on people. That does mean something to people. But absolutely, when I talk about, you know, how in Canada they submit something to the health service and then it's approved because the doctor decided it was medically necessary. Both of those arguments can work, and especially used in tandem. I know for where I'm at on the ambulances is like, do you think a private company should be deciding how long it takes an ambulance to get your grandma help? Like, and pretty much everyone I work with then breaks down and says no. And I'm like, well, do you think that a private company should decide whether you get to get a CAT scan? You know? And so I use both sides of the argument is how I go about it.
Excellent.
Yeah, this is Katie. I would say it also depends on who you're talking to. I mean, gauge your audience, and who you're talking to is really the critical factor in how you do it, right? If you're talking to business people, show them the movie Fix It, right? It talks about the business case for Medicare for all and how businesses will actually save money, and how in Canada, the businesses are the people that defend their medical, in effect, Medicare for all system as much as anyone. So really dependent on who you're talking to, whether you would use a fear-based tactic. I don't even know if I conceptualize it that way, to be honest with you. I just try to gauge what people are not understanding and address that.
So actually, Andrew, I do agree with the answer, which is that movements at some level are about one human being talking to another human being, and that's as special an individual as that sort of movement at a human scale, and no more so in this. So in other words, actually, there's lots of people who don't know how horrible the American healthcare system is. There are a lot of people who don't interact with it very much. They have a job, maybe they have pay a premium that they wish was lower or something, but they don't have that much, and every so often they get this and that. And so there's lots of people who don't see what's wrong, and then you sometimes see that reflected in the politics. So when you have like Joe Biden say and maybe persuade people that like all these people love their employer-based health insurance, that resonates with some people, and so some of it. I mean, and this is like going back to part of the original thoughts of the panel, which was like, what are some of the things that we're seeing right now? So at that office where I work in Burbank, I take care of a lot of people who work in the entertainment industry and get their insurance through their union, like through a guild or through a union. And a whole bunch of them are facing a new horror they've never experienced, because that industry has shut down, like production has shut down almost completely. And in many of those cases, their eligibility for their insurance is based on having worked in what they've done. Now, for people trying to break into some, like on the talent side, that's always been a struggle, right? Which is you have to decide, do you want to follow your dream? And we absolutely have a dream killing healthcare system. It's like a separate topic. But I am seeing people who are newly encountering the horror of this system. right now, and I'm seeing it in their eyes in front of me in the clinic in Burbank.
True that. So I did want to, because I think we only have time for one or two more questions, but I just wanted to point out in the chat, very, very sagely advised from Dr. Don McCann, who's Senior Policy Advisor for PNHP with us today. He says, remember, when we already have the ideal policies and the politics are wrong, don't change the policies, change the politics. Couldn't agree more. So thanks, panel. Nina.
Okay. Yeah, so now we have Margaret. I'm going to go ahead and unmute you.
Hi. So I live in California, and I apologize too. I didn't get to sign on till 4 because I was in another meeting. But and so maybe you've already talked about this, but we have this Health of California for All commission going on here that they have a consultant that's it basically runs it instead of the commissioners running it, and it's very biased towards industry. And so my little group, which is Healthcare Action Committee, is trying to make connections with the press to see if we can get some muckrakers in there to expose this commission a little bit. But what I'm missing is one of the commissioners who's a very strong advocate. Her name is Carmen Consti, and she's been great. And she wrote a long dissent to the analysis that was made by the consultants on the current state of affairs and how to get to the goal. And I need that document. So if anybody knows where to get it, if you can put a link in the chat or tell me where to go.
Okay, cool. Yeah. Thanks, Margaret. Katie, do you know if we can get a hold of Commissioner Comste's analysis?
I mean, I can ask, but I'm sure that there are people here that were actually on the, I mean, that was talked about, I think, in the last panel, right, where they were talking about the response. And there may be a quicker way to get it than any way that I might be able to get it. So does anybody have access, now that actually was working on it?
There was a post in the chat to her previous comments to a previous draft, but then she also wrote one in response to the final draft.
Okay, Margaret, do you have my email? You're welcome to email me and I will help you see if we can track it down.
Okay, I don't know if I do, but I think I know I have Mike Fox's. I'll ask him.
There it is.
Okay.
Okay, thanks, and thank you very much. We have time for another question, Nina?
Yeah, actually we have until, well, I think we have a little bit more time. So let's definitely go to another question. So there was actually a question up in the group chat and I want to make sure that we can get to it. So it was, how many healthcare professionals are for Medicare for All? If there is not that much, then pushing a UK style might not be that much harder, So I guess they're trying to think, like, if depending on that, can we push a UK style healthcare system? Can you please answer that?
I know the answer, but I'm going to go to our panelists and see what
Bill, you can answer statistically. What I will say is if it were based on nurses wanting Medicare for All being the thing that got us over to the right system, we'd have been there 20, 30, 40 years ago. So that just isn't enough, right? So Bill can answer the question in terms of statistically, but we got to go. It's got to be a movement. That's the only way it can go. So it's not going to be enough to have the healthcare providers.
Totally with you.
I would say I would say in the pre-hospital, the ratio is probably a little bit lower on the Medicare for All supporters until they spend a day on the ambulance with me and I've talked their ear off. But yeah, I would say it's somewhere around 50-50 in the pre-hospital. But when you get down talking to where people stand, almost every time, I would say 90% of the time they come right around and they agree with most push on them.
And Ron?
Well, I mean, as Bill and I can attest from our work in Physicians for a National Health Program and others, it's a struggle, certainly among physicians, and I would say we lag nurses. I agree for sure, but I agree with and probably first responders. I agree with what Katie said, which is it's not that you have to convince every one of those folks, but I do think there is people listen to important, people involved in healthcare, and they care what some people think. So there needs to be like a critical mass, I think, within those fields. And I think you're seeing some of that shifting. And also like a lot of students who are like more oriented to it. We have great like student affiliates of our group who are really building. And then, but even things like the American College of Physicians just came out in support of Medicare for All. It's like a pretty big physicians group. Like not, so there, it's, and then whether the fine points of one system versus another would bring some people in. There's certain ways of having that conversation that may be better than others. Like I know some very quite conservative physicians who are just like, you know what? Medicare pays me within a week. And every other thing with all those insurance companies, I struggle with them for months and months and months. And it drives me crazy. And I have to hire a bunch of billers and stuff like that to deal with them. And so there may be some aspects of the system that get more folks from that, but it's just the public who needs to want the right healthcare system.
So the only thing everybody hasn't already said is that physicians specifically poll the same as the general public. So if the general public is 69 or 70% on board for Medicare for All, physicians are too, as a block. And that's surprising to a lot of people because they think that physicians generally are more conservative, they're more interested in making big bucks, all that stuff, paying off student loans, which a lot of that is nonsense, frankly. But when you poll physicians, they poll about the same as the general public. If you poll primary care physicians, they poll much better. So they're about 75% on board. Family doctors, general internists, pediatricians are woefully underpaid in this country, just like teachers are underpaid. And ER doctors poll at 90% in favor of Medicare for All because, it's guaranteed payment and guaranteed follow-up. Patients would be seen by their doctors for follow-up and get good care, better care, not have to come in for stupid stuff, right, Dr. Paul? So I think that's the answer to that one. I think we can have one more question, Nina. Looks like.
Sorry. Yeah. So we have like 2 more minutes. I don't know if that's enough time for a question. We should probably wrap up, I'm thinking. I did, Katie, I know she sent me some photos. I was wondering if I could show them for her. We could spend the last couple minutes just to look at them. Do you want to do that, Katie? Oh. Does that work for you?
I think you can
share.
Yeah,
I'm trying to unmute. Yes, that would be fine. Yeah. As long as everyone else is okay with that. I don't want to well,
I figured we could just quickly do it and then, I don't know, and then wrap up. It will be a good way to wrap up. So can everyone see the screen?
So these are some of the actions that we have been doing and some of the kind of deepening education to the nurses. Obviously, there's straight up, but then there's the bigger picture of the nurses, of course, supporting Medicare for All. Some little digs there. I love this quote. That was a Bernie Sanders quote, and one of the nurses holding up that sign. Very clear understanding on the nurses about the implications of race and racism in healthcare, especially where I am. That was also at our BLM rally.
There you are.
Yeah, that's me. Great quote by Assata Shakur.
Totally. I like this one. Okay, that's all of them. So anyways, I just wanted to do that real quick. And do we want to do a cheer here too? Coming up, we have Should We Stay or Should We Go? Which sounds amazing. I highly recommend everyone stay on to watch that panel. It's going to be about, should you stay in the Democratic Party, or what are our options at this point? I know we all agree there's some issues with it. So what should we do? So stay for that panel. It's coming up next. And maybe let's do a cheer. Any recommendations?
Medicare for all now.
I think, Katie, you want to unshare your screen. although it's a great shot.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Oh, how do I do that?
There you
No, it was me. It was me. I was sharing the screen. You're good.
I think I had control.
I thought it was a great shot. I wanted to leave it on that.
Medicare for all. Medicare,
Medicare for all.
Medicare for all. Medicare for all. Medicare for all.
Medicare for all.
Thank you, everyone. You guys rock.
Thank you, everybody. Stay on for the next one. Thank you.
Thanks, everybody.
Thank you. Just the best people ever. Woo. Love you guys.
That was great. Thank you so much.
Hi, Lauren. What an incredible morning and afternoon of incredible events with our doctors, panelists, and our guest speakers, Lauren.
Yeah, I know. It's been really amazing. So
Yeah,
thank you so much for sharing. And I've learned so much. And I hope other people have too.
Yes, and we've maintained around 100 participants at least on the Zoom. I mean, we're at 97 right now, and we're on a break. And in 7 minutes, we pick it back up.
Let's see if we can go to gallery view on the screen. Wave your hands if you're in a video. Yeah, here we are. So hopefully we'll get a stream of that. This is great. All right. Well, oh, that's awesome, Sudhi. Let me pin your camera if I can. So while we're transferring over between the two panels, like we said, we have a really, really interesting panel coming up, the Should I Stay or Should I Go? If you're just joining us, then thank you so much. We are the People's Assembly, Building Beyond Bernie. Oh, here is the Should I Stay or Should I Go flyer, although it's a little bit cut off on my screen. But as we're transitioning, I just thought maybe we should check in on our people's poll and see how everybody is weighing in on what's been going on with us. So I'm going to actually share my screen, if that's okay here. All right, so this was one of our questions: which issue is most important for the next administration to prioritize and address? And you can see here we've got a lot of support for healthcare reform, which has the most votes with 72%. The next is 50% with addressing climate change. The next down is 33% with the people's bailout, which is related to like a COVID bailout. We also have a lot, this one's anti-corruption, but you can't see it listed here. So you can see we've got a lot of different things high on our agenda. What's the biggest threat facing our nation? Okay, I couldn't help but add Donald Trump as an answer here, so thank you for humoring me if you added that as one of your answers. Weighing in, number one is poverty and economic inequality. And then we have climate change, loss of democracy, and fascism are also really neck and neck, and Donald Trump. So let's see who we are. And this is going to be actually pretty relevant for our next panel. Oh, wait, is someone trying to talk?
I was going to say, this is going to be amazing. I've been spreading it wide, especially not just people who are on these calls, but, in social media. And this would be an awesome way of kind of tying in all the work that we are doing and all the actions that we've been called on during this, these talks and, tomorrow's conversation that we're going to have. So this is amazing.
Yeah. Hopefully we can keep circulating it and get some more feedback from everyone. Yeah, so this question is going to be pretty relevant, for our next panel coming up. So like, how many of us view themselves as Democrats? So it looks like most of us, but 21% do not, and 10% are not sure. And of those, will you stay in the Democratic Party? We got 31% saying yes. We got 27.5% saying it depends, not sure, 29%, and no. This is pretty split. So this will be great to kind of work out in our next panel how everyone's feeling about this. Does the selection of Kamala Harris as vice president influence your decision? A little bit more than half of us said equally likely, but almost 40% said less likely, and I don't see the percentage, but we have some that said more likely. Do you feel that the Democratic Party sufficiently represents your political priorities?
So more than half of us say no, and they haven't for a long time, if ever. About 35% is like they've strayed from my values in recent elections. And then the next chunk is no, but just this election, they don't represent me. But we do have some who are waiting to see what Biden does and are proud of what the Democrats have been doing. Okay, so that's what we have for the poll. Does anyone want to comment or give any input on our poll results? Or so now we have on the screen this is what's coming up next. So we're going to let everyone have a very short break of just a few minutes, and then we will go to this panel. And of course, as always, you can share a stream, you can tweet us a picture, you can register for tomorrow's event. So we'll give you just like a few minutes here, and then the next panelist, you guys can, when you're ready, you can go ahead and take it away.
Lauren, who's the moderator for this event?
It is Lindsay.
Lindsay, okay. Just want to make sure she gets, to be host.
All right, Mary has her hand up. Mary, you want to comment? Ask to unmute.
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
So I just want to thank Lauren for staying up late yesterday working on the poll, and I think the results look great. So thank you for pulling it together. The results are very impressive, the graphics. I wanted to just check, I think Margie is going to be helping with moderating. Is she there? Can you make her also a co-host as well as Lindsay?
She is a co-host.
Okay, great.
They are both.
I can't tell. I lost my co-host thing when I logged out and back in.
I'll fix that.
This is Larry, just a sound check. Can you hear me okay?
Can hear you, Larry. You're loud and clear.
Awesome, thanks.
We should think of a background music for our breaks. You could also show video. Okay. Hello, everyone. Thanks for joining. We are going to be regrouping quickly. We are joining a call that is going to be focused on should I stay or should I go? Bernie Voter ponders the Democratic Party. And we're going to have wonderful speakers. We have 5 speakers and they will be taking the lead soon. And while we're waiting for everyone to gather, I'm going to be dropping a link for a poll that we've been taking all day, and we will continue to take tomorrow. So if you can answer that poll, it would be really enlightening, and we will share the results with everyone on our social media.
I do see our sister Judith Whitmer here. I wanted to ask you, first of all, greetings to you, but I wanted to ask you if you could share with our audience members how many people signed on to the pledge to vote no on the platform. Today is the last day to vote, so do you have that?
Right. Well, we have over 850 confirmed delegate signatures. Over 2,000 people signed the pledge, but we had to go through and, of course, confirm that they were delegates and confirm signatures. So we're now at 850 plus. But we also hope that a lot of people will have been persuaded to change their votes and resubmit their ballots that may not have signed the pledge. So we expect that number to hit at least around 900.
That's fantastic. And thank you for leading that effort. And thanks to Nevada for leading that with you.
Thank you.
Do we have the hosts of this panel on the call? Would you like
to? I'm unmuted. Margie, are you here and ready to go?
I am here and ready to go. There's a request for someone to record. Are they allowed?
The event is being recorded and is being live streamed.
Okay.
Hi, everybody. So I guess we're going to kick off this panel. Thanks, everybody, for joining us. My name is Lindsay LaFave, and I'm a delegate from the 39th Congressional District, an organizer and professor and an education activist. And I'm really excited for everyone to join this panel entitled, Should I Stay or Should I Go? Bernie Voter Ponders the Democratic Party. So just to briefly introduce you to our panelists, and they'll be able to speak to you directly in just a few minutes. We're going to be joined by Lawrence Taylor, who's president of the People for Democratic Party Reform, Laura Wells from the California Green Party organizer and member of the California Progressive Alliance and DSA, Nick Brana, who's the national coordinator for the Movement for a People's Party, and Judith Whitmer, the Nevada delegation chair to the DNC, a pleo for Bernie Sanders and acting first vice chair of the Clark County Democratic Party in Las Vegas, and also the chair emeritus of Left Caucus. So our agenda, we're going to have our speakers speak for about 3 minutes each, and they'll each go through one by one, and then we will open it up for questions and answers. While you're listening, please type your questions in the chat so that way our panelists can read as well. And so to kick it off, we're going to start with Lawrence Taylor, and I'm going to be nicely timing everybody as well. And I'm also going to be co-hosted by Margie. Margie, don't forget to introduce yourself before Lawrence starts us off.
Okay, I'm Margie Hoyt. I was asked to help put this panel together. I'm a Bernie delegate in California District 43, that's Maxine Waters District. And then there's Dennis in the background too that's going to be helping out.
Thank you both so much for putting this panel together and bringing us all together to have this amazing conversation. So without further ado, Lawrence Taylor, will you please take it away and let me know if you want a refresher on our topics of discussion from the agenda.
No, I think I got it. Thank you so much for doing this. This is very cool. So the first segment that we will be addressing is the current state of affairs. And
how we got here.
And how we got here. So the Democratic Party is the oldest and most powerful political party in the world. There is an anti-democratic culture that has permeated the leadership and is widespread. We are finding egregious abuse of power across the country and at all levels of the organization, the national, state, and county. And we know the Democratic Party doesn't even follow its own rules. We saw this in both 2016 and 2020. But just as the people can be changed, so can the culture of the organization. Progressives quit the party because they get disgusted with the leadership and they leave the party in the hands of the centrists who do not represent the people. And a great example of this is the Working Families Party, which was formed in 1998. So they're 22 years old. And how many people do they have in Congress at this point? And think of how much better it would be if they had stayed in the Democratic Party and worked to pull it to the left and make it more progressive instead of just leaving it to the establishment. So my attitude is this is my party. I am not leaving because someone in the leadership has done something that pissed me off. Nancy Pelosi, Tom Perez, DWS, these are all elected and they can be replaced, and that's what we intend to do. It is in the bylaws that allow for these numerous undemocratic practices. Things like the standing committees being all appointed by the DNC chair, and it's also where the superdelegates get their power. But these bylaws can be changed, and that is the purpose of People for Democratic Party reform. To make those changes, we need votes. So we know the Democratic Party has been late to the table for many major issues. They were late on getting on board with women's suffrage, they were late with segregation, and they were late with LGBTQ rights. But through the perseverance of Democrats who champion these issues, we now have a party that bases its strength on women, counts the Black vote as essential, and champions the rights of the LGBTQ community as if they had always been there. So our task is to make the same kind of change by making the Democratic Party embrace democracy, which is the only way, which will only make it a stronger organization. Thank you
so much, Lawrence. So succinct. And I can't wait to have this further discussion about the power of bylaws in a few minutes. So next is going to be Laura Wells, California Green Party organizer, member of California Progressive Alliance and DSA. And go ahead.
So we have a two-party system, not just a two-party system, but it's an aggressively two-party system. Don't we wish, I mean, like the majority of Americans, that even the debates would include more than just those two parties, but they have sounds like a governmental agency, but a commission on the presidential debates. And rather than include all the candidates that could potentially win because they've struggled and fought to get ballot access, the Democrats and Republicans automatically have it. But the Green Party and the Libertarians fight for it and are on enough ballots that they could potentially win. Imagine if the debates included the Green Party, then the subject of Medicare for all, actually improved Medicare for all, would come up. But with two candidates, neither one of which really supports Medicare for all, the subject won't even necessarily come up. Now, the reason that the Green Party has achieved the strength that it has, and it's the strongest progressive independent party in the country and has been for a couple of decades. But partly the reason for that is that we're international. And so we have that staying party. And the Green Party is national. It's in almost all of the states has ballot access for the Green Party, as it does for the Libertarian, because we have to fight for it, and we do. It's almost like what doesn't kill you keeps you strong. So there are all these obstacles that are put in the way of even surviving. And the fact that the Green Party has survived is a big success. And we've had a lot of local electeds, and you get just one person on a city council or a school board or in Congress, that's not taking corporate money and that has the values of peace and justice in the environment and real democracy. And that will make a difference. One of the things that's interesting about the Green Party is that we are very decentralized. And so that actually helps us be sustainable, because if one person leaves, that doesn't knock out the whole party, because we're not dependent on one person being a leader. And if you look at progressive think tanks, probably the Green Party is the most successful progressive think tank in the United States. And because we're a political party, we run candidates, so we get the word out on such things that we've been promoting for a long time: legalization of marijuana, along with marriage equality. And now public banking is in the public mind. The real Green New Deal came out first 10 years ago. Howie Hawkins, who's running for president, was the one that came up with that. And so the stronger that so many of us want something better than the Democrats and the Republicans. And so the stronger the Green Party is now, because it is the progressive alternative, the progressive pusher, then the stronger, the better chance we have in the future. So my wish for today is for this panel to inspire people to use all of the power that we have right now to pressure this system toward the world that we want, with Medicare for all, with peace, with better justice, education, and environment for all of us.
Thank you so much, Laura. I'm really looking forward to talking about ballot access in the Q&A portion, so I hope we can circle back to that. Next up is Nick Brana from Movement for a People's Party, and go ahead, Nick.
Thank you to Margie and to everyone who has helped organize this panel and put together this amazing conversation. This is really, I think, very much the question that confronts us is, what strategy, where do we go from here? Because what we've lived through, not only over the past 4 years, but decades has been, ever since the New Deal, you have seen two parties that have become increasingly corporate. And when it reached the 70s, it became a sprint, essentially. And the two parties have gone further and further to the right, taking more corporate money now. You had the neoliberal transition during the Clinton years of the Democratic Party. And so the Democratic Party has completely abandoned its base of working people. A friend of mine put it very well, Ryan Knight, on social media recently. He said on Twitter that we have a corporatist party and we have a fascist party in the US. And so when they get together to compromise, the compromise is corporatist and pro-billionaire policies. And that shouldn't surprise any of us, because the DNC is effectively a committee of corporations, and they cannot do more to demonstrate that to us than they're doing right now. Time after time, they vote to accept corporate lobbyists onto the DNC. They vote to not eliminate corporate money out of the party. Brent Welder recently helped lead an effort to get it out in the Rules Committee. And instead, they put up a corporate lobbyist to argue against it on the Rules Committee just recently. And that is, he told me the second time that they've done that, in fact. In 2016, they also put up a corporate lobbyist to argue against it. So in the big picture, the Democrats, it's worse than it is in 2008. It's worse than it is in 2016. In 2008, at least Obama pretended to be progressive. At least he ran on the right things. He said, he said he was going to tackle the climate emergency. He said he was going to go after special interest money in politics. He said that he was going to pass Medicare for all. He didn't do any of those things, but they pretended. Hillary Clinton, she could hardly bring herself to pretend. And Biden, she made that offer of 50 to 55, lowering the age of Medicare, for example. Biden, he couldn't even go that far. He offered 60, lowering the age. And so on issue after issue, that's one example, but on issue after issue, we're going backwards in the Democratic Party. And both of the parties continue their slide towards oligarchy. In 2016, we kind of embarked on this mission to reform the Democratic Party. And now we have an obligation to ourselves and to the country to take stock of how that has actually gone and to ask ourselves, what are the results? What are the results of that? Have we managed to reverse within the Democratic Party the desire for there not to be a single payer healthcare system? Or have we managed to make it a party that doesn't take corporate money? Have we managed to make it a party that embraces education for everyone with free public college, or that fights to break up the banks or reduce inequality? And the answer is no, 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 and no. And so we need outside pressure. We need an actual party that is for the people, because one of the most important insights that Bernie taught us in 2016 and 2020 is that you cannot take corporate money and be corporate funded and be for the people at the same time. And even the Congressional Progressive Caucus is awash in corporate money in the Democratic Party. What we need is a sea change from what is being described in the committees, the platform, the Rules Committee right now. What working people are feeling, with tens of millions of people facing eviction and millions of people losing their employer-based healthcare, that is so radically divorced from the conversations that are going on in the Democratic Party and the corporate pageantry that we're about to witness at the DNC and the RNC. So the last thing that I'll say is that on August 30th, 1 week after the Republican convention, the Movement for a People's Party is hosting the People's Convention. And we have Dr. Cornel West and Senator Nina Turner, Bernie 2020 co-chair, joining us to co-host that event. And we're honored to have them. And we're honored to say, this is what we need to do now. We are called upon to plant a flag and say that we need to do something different. And we have many amazing speakers joining us for that. And we hope that you will join us too.
Nick. Okay, next we're gonna hear from Judith Whitmer, who is currently the Nevada delegation chair to the DNC. Take it away, Judith.
Thank you. I want to go back to the historic part of that question, which was how we got here. A lot of people like to point to the Powell memo from 1971 as the corporate blueprint for the corporate takeover of America. But I would suggest that it really was triggered by a very moderate growth in liberalism from the 60s that triggered the corporate response and the rise of the conservative think tank. Heritage Foundation pretty much wrote the whole agenda for the Reagan administration. Then you had the taxpayer protection pledge from Norquist that Republicans banked on. They ran on that no new taxes pledge all the time. And then the problem is that Democrats have let Republicans define us. So we're the party of taxes. We're the party that's soft on the military. We're the party that's big on spending. We're the party that doesn't approve military budgets. All those things that have proved to be totally false. But the problem is that Democrats always start from a position of trying to match the Republican position. We're always willing to compromise before we even start negotiating. And that's been a huge problem and a huge factor of how we got here. There's been a fixation on deficits by both parties that prevent us from having real programs for the people. Then we can also talk about the rise of the Fox News propaganda channel. And Democrats have not done a very good job of counter attacking that propaganda. The messaging always sounds good from Republicans, like taxpayer protection pledge, the Patriot Act, all these things that we know that's not the real intention behind the title, but Democrats have done very little to counter those attacks by Republicans. So how we got here is a mixture of things. We can also point to Citizens United in 2010. How many of you know that Citizens United was an actual group that was trying to air a movie, basically, or a documentary that was critical of Hillary Clinton? And the Democratic Party went all in on trying to stop that, and it reached the Supreme Court. And so now we have Citizens United. So, you know, the Democratic Party has got to start being more strategic. It has to start standing with the people again, and has to start being more bold in action and encountering and counterattacking Republicans. The problem here is there hasn't been a real will to do that. Democratic Party still thinks that it's the party of centrists. They still govern that way. They still think that the status quo, maintaining the status quo, is the ideal goal. And the problem also is that the status quo has actually benefited both parties. It's absolutely benefited both parties. We talk every 4 years, every presidential election, we talk about the same issues over and over again. We can't even get past things like choice. You know, it's all about guns, Bible, and abortion on both sides. So the problem of how we got here, that's just sort of a brief summary of how I think we got here to where we are now. So we can all agree that the party is corrupt. There's no question of that. I think I can point to specific examples under Debbie Wasserman Schultz, where they started taking PAC money, even though Obama had pledged not to take PAC money. So from there on, they never turned the tap off. So there's always been a tradition of corruption in any political party. And with all due respect to the Green Party and the Movement for People's Party, every time that the Democratic Party does something really stupid, like deny the nomination to Bernie Sanders, there's a surge in membership for the Green Party or other startup parties. But none of those third parties have been successful in continuing to grow their membership or to keep their members actively engaged. And part of that reason is because they always focus on the national stage instead of looking at what they can do on the local stage. I'm not going to say that they haven't had any successes, but there really hasn't been any traction. The Green Party's been around for decades. And they have done some good work. I'm not saying that they haven't. I'm just saying that if we think that that's going to be our savior from a corrupt system, which is full on oligarchy at this point, it's not going to happen until we remove the obstruction. And that's why I think it has to be a two-pronged approach. So basically, I agree with all of you, but it has to be both. We have to work from the inside and the outside. We have to take down the structure. We have to take over the party. Yes, it's my party, but I also know that my party is not working for the people. And the only way that we're going to start working for the people is to start putting ourselves into key positions within the party and start taking those positions and start dismantling the corruption from the local level up. We have to start electing people into those positions. And, being a party leader or running for a position for your state executive board, those are places where you have more power than you think you do. It may not sound like it, but we've made a lot of changes in Nevada. And we started from the caucus organizing forward, and we kept our delegates organized all the way through the convention. And we were able to elect 9 out of 10 of our candidates to the state party executive board. So we now effectively have control of that our state party. We're doing the same things at the local levels. This is a way that you get control of your party locally and start to make the necessary changes, because we won't have a successful third party until we can remove the obstruction. So that's the goal, is to remove the obstruction. And then we've got to get better at our own ground game and recruiting candidates and organizing and forming coalitions and partnerships to put up the right candidates. And we've got to start playing to win.
Thank you for that, Judith. I'm really glad that you brought up the organizing component of this, because right now we're going to take a few minutes to hear from some activists on the ground about their perceptions of this. We're going to hear about from Farrah Mars and then Nick Gaines, who's a Bernie delegate. So Farrah Mars, do you mind coming up real quick? But he was a Bernie 2016-2020 volunteer. So I'm going to give you a few minutes. Just one moment for him to come off mute.
Lindsay, he says.
Thank you. I just got unmuted. Thank you so much. My name is Farrah Mars Nabavi. I've been volunteering on and off for Bernie for 5 years now. And in between, after he lost the primary, I also volunteered for the Jill Stein, Jamu Baraka campaign. So I have the perspective of, working within the Democratic Party. I have the perspective of what it was like working or volunteering for a third party. And so I'm filling in here on the question of electoralism. So we've had speakers say we can make change through the Democratic Party, and we've had speakers talk about making change through new parties or third parties. And I'm going to make the case that we can also make change by going beyond electoralism. And for me, what has really inspired me on this is seeing the success of the Black liberation movement, the Black Lives Matter groups that have really transformed the debate this summer over police killings and police violence. And this happened not because of leadership by elected officials, but really in spite of them. And I don't by any means believe that we should wait passively for people to get killed or to be in tragic circumstances to organize. But what it does show is that when we're able to mobilize such large numbers of people, that the status quo cannot continue, that the businesses are not able to open because there are people physically blocking the streets and people physically unwilling to participate in the economy. That forces the elected officials to listen to our demands. They might not give us everything, and we cannot go home and expect everything to work out if we don't continue to apply pressure. But it does show that, particularly in a time like the COVID pandemic, where playing the long game, whether it's in terms of adding incremental numbers to the squad or whether it's adding local elected officials to a third party, isn't going to manifest itself quickly enough, that we also need to think about non-electoral strategies. The second point that I'd like to make is that some of the electeds that we've had success with, like Jamal Bowman, it's very energizing. But at the same time, are we actually making progress? Some of the Justice Democrats that were elected in 2018, like Colin Allred, representative in Texas, have abandoned Medicare for all. And even some of those that were just elected, like Richie Torres, right next door to Jamal Bowman in New York City, replacing a progressive member of Congress, Jose Serrano. He actually cut a deal with the New York Police Union, the same one that just endorsed Trump yesterday, to gut the legislation that Black Lives Matter had been pushing in the New York City Council. So he calls himself progressive. He replaced a progressive, but is he progressive? So I think we need to be careful when we have this level of enthusiasm. We have had some great victories, but we might not be progressing as fast as we think. So I will finish my comment here with the idea that the change that we can enact through electoral politics is not necessarily where we're going to get the most bang for our buck in the short term. That doesn't mean we have to abandon electoral politics, but it does mean how we spend our time is going to be a driving component of how successful we are. How we spend our time is a vote towards what we believe in. And so that's why I personally, going forward, am shifting my time from being primarily driven towards electoral politics to primarily based on non-electoral strategies for direct action. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that. Okay, so next, Nick, I see that you have your hand up, but I'm actually going to give you the floor as an activist and a delegate for a few minutes, so that way you could address our crowd on this issue, because I know that you've been anxious to speak on it. You ready?
Which Nick?
There we go. Hey, everybody. Nick Gaines here, Bernie delegate from Congressional District 30. To give you guys a little bit of perspective, I do, like Farmar, see both sides of this debate. I was a volunteer and a field organizer for Bernie Sanders in 2016. I then became actually an organizer for the Working Families Party. So thank you, Lawrence, for the shout out to the Working Families Party. And I was part of the campaign to institute ranked choice voting in New York City. So I understand how important it is to have structural change if we're actually going to uplift third parties. But I want to be very explicit about something that we haven't really gotten into in this panel. This election is unlike any other in my lifetime, and I think in the lifetimes of most of the people here. We all do need to join together to elect Joe Biden and Kamala Harris to defeat Donald Trump in November. And I know a lot of people are disappointed that Kamala Harris got the VP nomination. I fought really hard to get Karen Bass and Barbara Lee. Many of the other delegates on this call know that I was part of those organizing efforts. But now that we have our ticket, we've got the team that is available to us to take out the existential threat to America that is Donald Trump. And he really is that. But I want to be very clear about something that I think the media doesn't give enough attention to, that we need to really sear into people as part of our activism. November 4th may be the date the media is looking at, but the date that's circled on my calendar is April 30th, 2021. That is 100 days into the Biden-Harris administration. If after that 100-day mark, we don't see a historic spending package, I'm talking $10 trillion over 10 years, $100 trillion over 100 years is what I want to see. The institution in law of the Clyburn rule, 10% of all federal money in communities with 20% poverty over 30 years or more. We need to see sizable generational investments, or that administration is not just falling flat of the mandate that we're giving them by having them be the ones that throw out Donald Trump. They will have lost the legitimacy of government. And at that point, what I've been saying to organizers, I've been saying to my boss, who's an elected official in Los Angeles, I will march on Washington to burn down the White House myself if they fail to meet this moment, if they continue with the incrementalist reforms that led us to this trifecta crisis that we're in right now. You know, a man who changed the world once said that there are decades that go by where nothing happens, and there are weeks that go by where decades happen. I believe between November 4th and April 30th, we will be in one of those moments where we have weeks where we can make decades of change possible. And if we don't, we're going to put on one hell of a fireworks show July 4th of next year. So thank you all. Vote Joe Biden and Kamala Harris in November, and then let's let the real work start. Thank you, everybody.
Thank you, Nick. So we do have a few questions in the queue. Roberto Alvarez, who's a delegate, do you want to take yourself on unmute real quick and ask a brief question to our panelists?
Well, thank you. Can you hear me?
Yes.
So talking about the strategy that we had to follow, right? Because there is no good strategy if there is not a threat to anybody in the establishment. we had to be forceful enough to feel him like a threat, that we are not playing games, that what we are fighting is for real, and that we are real people in the streets, right? On the streets, that we can fight and we can have the support of the people, because as you can see in my background, those are the issues that we are fighting for. Issues that they didn't study yesterday. Those are issues that have been compiling and growing up from the last 20, 30 years, right? And now we have been hitting a tipping point where everything is coming together and people by the millions is going to be suffering greatly. It's not just about climate change. It's not about the economy. It's not just about the justice that it has to be in this country. It is all, everything is coming together. And when we had all these problems coming at once, we had to be able to resolve it in the right way. And what the corporates do is take advantage of all this chaos that is happening every single time. And they gain all the power even more when there is a crisis. They get more bailouts, they get more money for themselves, they don't get the justice that is deserved for all these people that break the laws. So in order to make that change within the Democratic Party, we had to have an outside threat also. If there is a third party or there is something else, it has to be real, it has to grow. And we had to be fighting all those fronts, the inside and the outside strategy. And we had to all understand and make that change in the minds of the people that is within the Democratic Party, that business as usual is done. We are over with it because it's not working. We had to do something else different. And we had to show the power that we have. Polling shows that more of the people in the United States wants Medicare for all. Why is not happening? Why these politicians are not doing the will of the people? Then we had to out them, we had to shame them, and we had to make sure that we run somebody against them when time comes. I don't want to take too much of your time. Thank you. Let's keep fighting, everybody. Thank you.
So thank you, Roberto. I want to parlay that comment into a question for the panelists. So maybe we can just think for a second, and I would like all of you to maybe address this in your own way. You know, we're talking to a new generation of delegates and a new generation of activists in this worldwide stage that we're on right this moment. What would you say to those folks about strategy, or where should the energy go to? You know, there's a lot of discussion about the local level, the national level. What do you as panelists think is, what's the prize? What should people be looking towards? Lawrence, would you mind going first? And if not Lawrence, maybe Laura?
I would say all of the above. We are all different, and that's a wonderful quality when we're facing all the problems that we're facing. Different, you know, it's like follow the money to understand what's going wrong, where the corruption is, but follow your heart in terms of what it is that is your gift to give. So, but I do want to correct something about the Green Party. It isn't an either national or local. If we don't run for president, we die. And Green parties in the cities and the states die. So we have to run for president in order to maintain ballot status in the states. Now, the thing is that I think Roberto was talking about pressure. The biggest false belief was something that came out of the mouth of Margaret Thatcher when she and her good buddy Reagan were heads of state in the 1980s, and that was Tina. There is no alternative. And so as long as the Democratic leadership, and I make a big difference between Democratic leadership and Democrats rank and file, but if the Democratic leadership are not going to bite themselves in their own stomach, their money comes from the pharmaceuticals, the anti-Medicare group, the war, the banks, you know, that's where their money comes from. That's where they're going to go. And so if they think that everybody of us 100 here or what, and across the whole state of California, if they think we've got nowhere to go, they don't have to do anything we want. They don't even come to California, and except to fundraise. And in 2016, Hillary Clinton, not especially well loved, got 4 million more votes than Trump. 62% to 32% is what Hillary Clinton got over Donald Trump. And it's very likely to be just as strong a difference this year. And so a whole lot of people could say, you know what, I've got someplace else to go right now. There's the Green Party, and I'm going to vote Green because I want Medicare for all. I want public banks. I don't want war. And so pressure, 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 the 3 rules of politics, pressure. If they don't feel pressure, if you've got nowhere to go, if Tina is true, there is no alternative, then we will continue to get from the Democrats and the Republicans what we've been getting, and worse.
Thank you, Laura. Nick or Judith, do you mind taking a stab at what the prize is, or what your ultimate organizing goal or strategy you would give to this new generation of delegates? And
sure. Yeah, I'll be happy to. So I'm a really big proponent of direct action. Direct action is not only effective, it's the only way sometimes that you can get great change. We've seen it time and time again in history. But I think that direct action has to be, just as it says, a direct action regarding a certain issue or around a certain issue. And to what Nicholas said earlier, I agree. The real work starts after November. There's nothing that we can do to change the outcome of the Democratic Convention at this point. Yes, we're going to keep pushing on the platform. Yes, we're going to keep pushing on reforms and changes to the rules and to make it a fair and more democratic process. But the actual Democratic nominee is going to be Joe Biden, regardless of how we all feel about that. So what we have to start doing now is start focusing on the work that we need to do to make sure that under a Biden administration, Medicare for all is enacted, and other issues that we feel strongly and passionate about as progressives. When I say that it's got to be a 2-pronged approach, it means that working progressives and leftists and people that dim exited, people that are in Green Party, all these progressive organizations have to start working together to create a mass movement. Bernie talked about that over and over again. It takes a massive movement of people to affect change. We've seen some of that with the Black Lives Matter movement. But still, I mean, the Democratic Party is still, I mean, they're talking about reform, but I still see them voting for huge military budgets at the same time. What I think we need to start doing is organizing a massive movement and a massive march as soon as Biden takes the White House, as soon as inauguration, or right after inauguration. There should be a massive movement of people in DC and all across the country demanding Medicare for all. I mean, those are the type of things that affect real change. But as far as the big picture and how we get to have a viable third party, and actually I'd like to see more than 3 parties. At some point, I think there should be more parties that represent the people, that are more representative of our diversity of the people of this country. So the only way to get there is to start removing the obstruction that we face all the time and getting progressives elected, getting a seat at the table, getting our voices heard. And the reason I say start locally is because if you can effectively change things in your own community and start working on that, you don't have to separate the two. You can do both. But a lot of times we get so focused on what's going on the national stage that we forget about the things that we can do that may seem very small, and they're not anywhere near as big as the change that we want to see. But it heads us in the direction of transformative change. For instance, right now, establishments are presenting an amendment that would be an effective gag rule, and they would be policing progressives for any indication that we are endorsing or supporting or volunteering or donating toward a progressive primary challenger in an election. Just think about that for a minute. But because we worked hard to now have the majority of the executive board and the majority of the membership, because we elected a new central committee and we made sure to organize and engage with all these people to make sure that they joined and got elected to the central committee, they won't be able to get that passed. But that's going on all around the country. there's a distinct and deliberate attempt to block progressives at every level. So we've got to remove that obstruction, and then we've got to build our own electoral structure, because yes, direct action is awesome, and I believe in it firmly. I believe in the goal of third parties, but I don't think we can get there until we start having a system where we can start winning and take the obstruction out of our way and be smarter. Because right here in Nevada, Bernie won by landslide, and he did that because we had an effective ground game. We engaged with people. We knew what issues they cared about, and we used that to get out the vote. And it's just that simple. If we have an effective ground game, if we work as coalitions with all these organizations to build a coalition so that we're directing all of our resources together to get these candidates elected, then we will start winning. But we've got to start putting that structure into place, because I've seen it over and over again where progressives will run for a race, but they're not prepared to win. And that's what we have to start changing that. So that's why I say a two-pronged approach, and it's got to be the inside and the outside working together. We're not on opposite sides of the fence here. We're trying to achieve the same goals, and we have to start remembering that and start taking power for ourselves.
Thank you, Judith. Lauren?
As I was going to say earlier, only a tiny fraction of the Democrats, registered Democrats in the country, participate in the party. And that's because the Democratic Party has been run as a priesthood. They've not been particularly outreaching to pull people in because they don't want anyone spoiling their party. So I would encourage people to track down your local organization and get involved and start volunteering. And don't do it as a revolutionary and scare them off. But we found that the most successful approach is to embrace them with love and volunteer for the activities and just move in and take over. And by infusing our people inside the party is how we will affect change. After 2016, Bernie did win a majority in my state, and we did take over control of a couple of key committees like the State Rules Committee. And the establishment could yammer all they wanted, but we would vote them down. We lost that advantage in 2 years later, and now we have been sitting there having to have these horrible rules passed over our heads because we don't have the votes to block them. We can't do that anymore. We have to get in there and occupy these positions and have the votes, because if you don't have the votes, you can't win in a democracy.
Thank you, Lawrence. And last but certainly not least, Nick, please weigh in on this question of what your golden goose looks like.
Yeah, I think we need to look back to the closest analog to where we are today, which is the Great Depression. In the Great Depression, how did we get out of that? What did it take? You know, and this situation is arguably worse in a lot of ways, particularly because it's so pronounced, it's so sharp, it's so severe, it happens so quickly. And you have a record number of people who are threatening 1 out of every 10 Americans who could be evicted out of their homes unless action's taken. And the Democrats and Republicans couldn't bring themselves to come to an agreement in Congress. And they left town without it. So what is it going to take looking back to that? What did it take to get out of the Depression? It took Norman Thomas and the Socialist Party actually pressuring Franklin Roosevelt, who was for most of his political career a fiscal conservative before running for the presidency. It took the CIO, Congress of Industrial Organizations, coming together, exerting massive labor power, unlike anything that had been seen before in US history. It took gigantic labor strikes, including wildcat labor strikes. It took tens of thousands of people occupying the streets of Washington, D.C. across the Anacostia River. It was called the Bonus Army. Veterans who hadn't been paid in World War I. That's the scale of the activity that we need to push this country into a 21st century new social contract like happened in the 30s. And when we take stock of where we are as a movement, we are not close to that. And we have to be honest with ourselves. We are not there. We're not there on the labor front. We're not there on the front of independent parties. We're not there on the front of direct action. And it needs to be all. It needs to be all of them. Farmaz put it very well when he said that. And that's why as the Movement for a People's Party, it's built into our DNA, our philosophy, that we are building a movement party that combines electoral action with direct action and puts them together, because we don't think it's either or. We don't think they're mutually exclusive. We think we can and we must do both. And that's why we partnered, for example, with a number of different organizations, about a dozen, including Our Revolution chapters like Our Revolution Los Angeles, and Andrew Yang's Humanity Forward, former presidential candidate. And we partnered with them to host the Rally for a People's Stimulus just last month. And we went to the homes of more than 50 Democrats and Republicans together. And we protested outside their homes and demanded that they support Medicare for all, defunding the police, supporting student debt relief, putting people on payroll, and also a basic income, covering payroll for the government, which is what Europe did. Europe is not experiencing the catastrophe of unemployment and small business apocalypse that we are here. We did that, and we believe that that needs to be central to a party that we're building. And we can build an organization and a party, a movement party that does both, and we must.
Thanks, Nick. I think you're really pointing out how, and I really like how you spoke to the importance of, unions and the democratization of workplaces. And also, Lawrence, I really like how you brought up this idea of, having the votes for things. And I know that when I was in the education sector, or still am in the education sector, and you find out that as a public educator, your bosses are people who are voted on. And there are some educators that don't quite even understand that part of it, and that there are meetings twice a month where we're all being talked about. And it's not just from the worker standpoint, but it's also from the participants of the public. And one of the things that I've been most concerned about as an education activist is making what is sort of painfully invisible very visible to many people. I want to take a question. So we have a stack. First up is Eric Pierce. You want to take yourself off mute and ask your question? You have to get.
I am no longer seeing Eric in the room.
Oh, you don't? Okay, well then I'll move on next to Sharon. Thanks, Dennis. Sharon.
Hi, are you talking to me? Sorry.
I am. Hi, Sharon.
Sorry about that.
Fine.
What's going on here? Okay. Yeah, just wanted to explore with everybody how we can best reach out to independents in every state, because we know that there's a lot of people that want the things that we want, but they don't necessarily identify as Democrats, and they may not even know that they're progressives.
One of our panelists, Judith, do you want to take this one?
Sure. So in Nevada, there's actually quite a few. There's independence has been rapidly growing in registration numbers, and we're seeing that trend across the country because a lot of people don't identify as Democrat or Republican because neither party serves the needs of the people or quite fits with the values and principles of people around the nation. So we're seeing a growth in nonpartisan voters. And that's why I have advocated on issues for a long time and tried to drive that narrative to the Democratic Party as well. I formed an organization called Left Caucus. What we did was we chartered under the Democratic Party so that we can engage with our elected officials and so that we can establish a majority in the central committees through the Left Caucus, but we also are partnering with other organizations on legislative action as well. And I think that's where you start to reach nonpartisans, is when you partner on legislative actions and you're addressing the issues that are important in your communities, I mean, you start having those discussions and public forums and town halls, and you don't just limit it to Democratic circles. You have to open up that discussion and open up that engagement to include nonpartisans and non-voters. I mean, Bernie talked about that as well. I mean, a lot of people are just non-voters because you're too busy working 2 jobs or trying to earn a paycheck, and now you're worried about being evicted and you don't have health insurance. So it's kind of hard to have any time or energy to put into political debate. And of course, the powers that be, they know that. They absolutely are aware of that. These problems could all be resolved. They could all be addressed if there was a will to do so. And so that's what we're really fighting here is making sure that we send people to Congress and that we have people running the party that actually have the will to get these things done. And that they don't just keep buying into the status quo because that's what gives them power.
Thank you, Judith. So I wanted to make sure that we hear from our audience and give everybody a chance to ask questions. So next up is Cheng Sim. You want to come off mute and ask your question to our panelists?
Yeah, hi. I want to ask the people who have been saying that, yes, you know, like Judith, you're saying, yeah, inside outside strategy. I understand that. But what is your faith this is inside part? Because now I was a no party preference person. I was not, you know, a Democrat. But Bernie Sanders brought me into the Democratic Party. Because of him, I registered as a Democrat. But as a Democrat, the only evidence I see all the time of where the party wants to go is it doesn't want people like me. I mean, you would think, right? They would welcome people like me who were, you know, no party preference into the party. I welcome people like me with open arms. But I don't see that at all. I don't see any evidence of that. They keep chasing so-called, you know, moderate Republicans. The party's head is not there. And structurally, right, the party is controlled by money. It's like it's the donor class controls the money. Structurally, that's how the party is set up. How many people can you bring in, you know, sort of, you know, from the bottom up that can actually take control of the party? How long is that going to take? For me, I would much rather in this short period of time put my energy into putting the pressure from outside that can actually force, you know, the party to act or change or die, right? Because the parallel to me is if you know, without the outside force, we're going to get these incremental changes, right, on the inside of the Democratic Party, which to me is the equivalent of the incremental changes that are killing us. We can't keep on having public option. We need Medicare for all. Like we got, you know, so why do you think these little incremental changes on the inside of the party is going to make a difference? You know, I just don't see the evidence for all the effort put into the inside to, you know, we need a leap, but if we're just getting incremental changes, it's the equivalent of like, you know, not getting the Green New Deal and, you know, climate catastrophe, because we don't have the time. We don't have the time. And so I want to hear from the people who believe that you can make the change within inside, where your faith comes from, because the evidence doesn't show me that.
Okay, so where does your faith come for the vision that you see? Does somebody want to address that directly?
Do you want me to take it? I'll take it.
I think Judith, I think we're going to hear from you, and I think we're also going to hear from Margie. So let's go like this. We're going to go Margie, Judith, and Laura. Okay, so we're going to address that question. Okay, Margie.
Okay. In 2016, there were only a couple people who ran for the County Central Committee for LACDP. Okay. This time we have 32 people. That gives us 64 people in the room because of all their alternates. Okay. So now we need to have a supermajority of people ready to go to run for LACDP in 4 years, because ours is a 4-year stint. In the meantime, next January, we have the ADEM elections here in California that we need to sweep. Okay, that's 7 people plus an executive board person, and that's for the state central committee. If we organize, if we tell people this is how you take power from the party, is by getting us elected to make policy for the party itself. That's how we win.
Okay, Judith.
Yes, she's right. But going back to the original question, it's not an either or thing. And if your faith is not in the inside of the party, then I would encourage you to work on the outside of the party. So here in Nevada, Left Caucus works very closely with the local Las Vegas chapter of the DSA. We formed coalitions. We work in partnership on a lot of different things with the goal of removing the obstruction and electing leftist candidates here in Nevada. So this was not an incremental change. In 2016, the reason I have faith is because in 2016, when I was a Bernie delegate here in Nevada, afterwards there was this like huge rage or outcry from Bernie delegates, but there was no real action taken to make change. So a group of us that were committed to making change, we didn't want to miss this opportunity when it came to 2020 to engage people during the campaign and during the caucus to convention process. So basically we kept organized and actively engaged over 4,000, close to 5,000 Bernie delegates right here in Clark County, which is the Vegas area. We were able to do that by keeping them engaged on the issues and making changes to the platform. And then at that point, we kept them going forward through the convention process so that now we have the majority on our county central committee and we elected a majority to our state central committee. So out of 695 members of the state central committee, 400 are Bernie delegates. That's a huge change in a short amount of time. And the key here was being actively organized and knowing that we're doing it to make change. We're not doing it to be part of the status quo. Then we ran a progressive slate for the election for state party executive board positions, and we won 9 out of 10. We're about to go into another election for county board seats as well, where we expect to win because we have a majority there. We have also found that we're much better at grassroots activism than the establishment is, because they're used to just having loyal Democratic voters who just do what they're told. That's the way it's been for years. The power elite, the people, the establishment that's been in control, that's where the whole vote blue no matter who bullshit came from, was, okay, we're waiting for the party leaders to tell us what to do. Well, we don't buy into that. We're not going to buy into that. So even though it seems like it's been incremental change because we've been fighting this battle for so long, I have faith from what I've seen on the ground, working inside and outside, that we are heading toward transformative change, but it's going to take all of us working together. And it is going to have to be a massive movement. And we need to remove all of this obstruction so that we can pave a way for a third party rise. And I'm all in favor of that. I don't have a problem with that. But the reason it hasn't been effective to date is because they haven't been able to gain enough traction. There's only a surge in membership during a national election. They've made some minor gains on the local level. They have some chapters across the country, but they don't actually really truly align with the values and principles of all progressives and leftists either. There have been some problems in the past with some of their positions. So, and it hasn't felt like an organic, well, I'm sorry, but that's true, like the anti-vax thing. So there hasn't been an organic movement from the bottom into the Green Party. It's been like the Green Party's been there forever. Come join us. But yet it hasn't felt like a movement of the people. So I think that's been the problem with that. But the other problem is because of the way the system is and that it is so corrupt, and the two-party system has been the way the two parties have worked together to obstruct the rise of a third party. So if we get rid of the structure and the opposition, we have to look at it as taking out our opponent. That's how we have to look at the Democratic Party. We're going to take out our opponent, we're going to take over, and then we're going to open it up.
Okay, thank you, Judith. We're going to go Laura, and then Lawrence, and then Nick.
Okay, I think that one of the things that we can do is look to see what it is that the billionaires want us to do and don't do that. Because the problem actually is it's a concentration of wealth and power, but really it's a concentration of power. And wealth buys you that. And what the billionaires buy with their billions, they can't buy enough jets and islands and parties. They buy power. And they buy politicians, which runs relatively cheap to the amount of money that they have. And they buy media. And the media can make people think, Tina, there is no alternative. You've got to stay with the Titanic parties, the huge parties that promises that you're going to have a cruise, and then you run into the leaders, the captains are running straight into the iceberg and not turning aside. Whereas the Green Party, an alternative, independent, progressive party, is like a lifeboat. The more people that come into it, the larger it gets. So it has that unique quality. So when the billionaires want you to stay in, even in a deep blue state like California, they want you to continue to vote for one of those two parties. But if you do not obey what the billionaires and their media and their bought out Democratic Party leadership, if you don't do what they want you to do and give a boost to the existing party. Right now, we've got the Green Party. In the future, we might have a party with a different name, who knows? But right now, the no corporate money ever, which means no billionaire money party, is the Green Party. So why not use all the power that you have in your little vote, not to just say, okay, Biden, but to say, no, not good enough. I'm voting green, so that you know these are the values that we want. In a state like California, there is no risk. Why not?
Thank you, Laura. I can't remember if I said Lawrence or Nick next, so I think I'm going to just go with whoever unmutes quickest and start speaking. Lawrence? Oh, Lawrence, you're muted.
Am I off mute now?
Now you have a hot mic.
Okay. So the reason why I am optimistic is because we have made just astonishing advances. If you see what happened in Alabama with the work that Selena Vickers did, she turned in the Alabama State Party to the DNC, and even though it was the last thing they wanted to do, she actually made them force Alabama to redo their elections. They had an entrenched group of people who, when they ran for re-election, got voted out. They voted in a activist young Black chair. And what has happened to the party is that it has expanded and blossomed. Suddenly people want to get active in the Alabama Democratic Party. Their contributions from people have exponentiated, and they're now in a far better place than they ever have been. So it's successes like that, and the successes of like what Judith has described in Nevada that show us that this really can be done. But we have to do this in all of the states. And the only thing I'd like to add is that, people like to be nice and get along and don't like discord, but this is about taking power away from a group of people that has hoarded it for decades. And it is going to be a struggle because they're not going to say, oh, please just take the power away from me. We have to take the power away from them. And it's not going to be pretty.
Thank you, Lawrence. Nick, thank you.
So when we stand up to the oligarchy and demand basic human rights and policies that the rest of the world takes for granted, like Medicare for all, Canada's had Medicare for all type, single payer type system in some form for the last half a century. Which argument do we think is more effective? Give us change now, but if you don't, we'll stay with you and begrudgingly vote for you anyways, as much as we hate it. Or give us change now, and if you don't, we're going to replace your party and the Republican Party and everything it represents. We think that making that existential threat and taking the pressure to the highest possible level is the only way that we're going to create progressive change, whether that comes in the form in the end of a major new party, like a People's Party, or whether it comes in the form of actually forcing the Democrats to change. It's going to take that outside pressure, because this is the logic of monopolies. As long as the establishment knows that they have our votes regardless, and that we have nowhere to go, then they can treat us like Biden has. 3 weeks ago, Biden told his donors in a teleconference, a fundraising teleconference hosted with Blackstone executive, he said, you all need to change. We need change in corporate America. But don't worry, because it's not going to take any legislation, and I'm not proposing any, to reform Wall Street. And then his campaign shamelessly blasted that announcement out to the national media. They have no shame anymore. It's not even like it was in 2008. I remember volunteering for Barack Obama's campaign. It's not like that anymore, where they don't even pretend. They don't even pretend anymore. And so that's what we believe is going to be an effective argument. When you look at what's happening around the world now, there's something happening around the world which is so underreported in the United States. In Mexico, progressives got fed up with their two establishment parties, their neoliberal, the center left and the center right, and they formed Morena. Within 4 years of forming the party, they had swept out the presidency, the majority of the governors, both houses of the national legislature. That's what a political revolution looks like. It doesn't, unfortunately, in the Democratic Party in 2018, for example, just to give you one example, the number of corporate Democrats in Congress that were unseated by progressives was 2, AOC and Ayanna Pressley. We can have a trickle of progressives coming in, but it doesn't change the overall system. And the system, in fact, begins to work on them, and it begins to change them. And that's a sociological reality. It has nothing to do with their integrity. It has nothing to do with, how honest they were or their intentions coming in. But the reality is that, for example, when Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez came into Congress, she was saying, we're going to do wholesale challenges of corporate Democrats, just across the board, primaries all over the place. And we're going to form a corporate free caucus. And we're going to replace Nancy Pelosi as speaker. We're going to challenge her. Well, 2 years later, what happened with the speaker's race is, first of all, the Democratic Party said, that's funny. If you try to replace Nancy Pelosi, we'll replace her with someone even more conservative, with Tim Ryan, because Nancy Pelosi is actually to the left of the party in Congress, of left of center, as corporate as she is, having enriched herself to the tune of $100 million in public office. And then what happened is that 2 years from then, AOC no longer has plans, as was reported in Politico a couple months ago, to form a corporate free caucus. How in the world are we supposed to actually change the Democratic Party or any corporate party without getting corporate money out of it? So something's happening around the world. In Mexico, it happened. It's not just there, though. It's happening in Latin America. It's happening in Europe. New parties are rising. They're digitally savvy. It's a new generation. They're on the left, and they are displacing and seriously contesting center-left parties. It's happening in France, in the UK, in Italy, in Greece, in Spain, in Germany. And we have the opportunity to do the same here. We don't have to continue to submit to these two parties.
Well, and I certainly want to take this moment to make sure that everyone knows that yellow vests are available at your local hardware store. Very cost efficient. So I want to take a question from the audience. I have Jenny, who has been in the queue and very patiently waiting. And thank you everyone to the audience for being very patient while we all go through this new convention style of Zoom. So Jenny, are you unmuted? Are you ready for your question?
Yes.
Hi.
Hi. Yes. So thanks for all the speakers. And honestly, personally, I was a Green Party in 2016, and I'm ready to move on to a new party. And I really like what Nick says and the People's Party and what they stand for. My question is to Nick, are we able to select a presidential candidate from People's Party in November? And what does it take for you guys to put someone on the ballot? And what does it take for you guys to be on the debate stage, you know, with the national televised debates? Because I honestly believe working with a lot of regular people, they have no clue what's available to them. They don't own their own power. They're merely sheeps and whatever, you know, MSBM wants to tell them, and they are just not aware. I think if we can get you guys on the ballot, and also get you guys on national TV, I mean, I would do whatever it takes to help. Can you guys speak upon that?
Should I answer that?
Please.
Okay, so thanks. First of all, thanks so much for your support. And really glad to hear that. And so it takes nationally, it takes about 1 million signatures to get on the ballot, to get ballot access nationwide, in various different states. In the vast majority of states, you have to collect thousands of signatures in order to get on the ballot. In California, in some other states like California, you have to achieve a certain registration number of registered party members. In California, it's 65,000 that you have to achieve. So very doable. Also, that would allow us to have a presidential candidate in 2024, forming a major new party. It would also allow us to run locally and at the congressional level and federal races in 2022, in the midterms. And those early victories, you know, especially by focusing strategically in areas where we can run really compelling candidates that are rooted in their communities, that stand for everything that we need right now as a country, we can get some early victories that are proof of concept and that showcase to everyone, wow, the establishment and the duopolies shield of basically invulnerability has been shattered. And now we can overtake it in 2024. And this is how it was done. Not exactly like this, but this is what actually happened in our own history in the 1850s, when the Whig Party betrayed its base, passed a pro-slavery platform in the election of 1852, their National Convention of 1852, when most of the Whig Party was at the time solidly abolitionist. And they rejected that. And 2 years later, they founded the Republican Party. And within 6 years, they had elected Abraham Lincoln, taken the Senate, taken Congress, and completely replaced the Whig Party. And so just like happened in Mexico, it took 4 years. This change, when people are ready for the change at the level that they're at now, it can happen very quickly.
Thank you, Nick. I want to keep taking some questions from folks that have been hanging out with
Can
us.
I wait? Laura, can I
Would you like to? Please.
Okay, first of all, I applaud the People's Party and the Green Party and anybody else that's an activist or an organizer or is trying to do the work. Because like I said before, it has to be a coalition of people trying to make change. But I do think it's a little naive to think that you're going to be on the ballot or up on the debate stage without years and hundreds of thousands of dollars yourself. And I think that that could change, and it wouldn't take that if we were able to remove some of the obstruction on your path to creating another party. And again, I do think we need more parties. We need multiple parties that represent the people. But you're not gonna do it by being social media or digital warriors. It's going to have to be a massive movement of the people. And when you cite other countries, like what's happening around the world, they already have a different system, and also those people are willing to take to the streets. If you lose some vacation benefits in Spain, those people are out in the streets. They don't put up with that, and that's one of the things we've been lacking here in this country, is being able to get people mobilized as a massive movement. We keep talking about it, but we haven't been able to get to that point yet. And once we get to that point, and if we've removed the obstruction in front of us, then all bets are off, and everything opens up for the rise of other parties.
Okay, so next question comes from Christian. Christian? Gonna give you a second to unmute, and then I'm gonna move to the next person.
Can we call on Mary? She's had her hand up for a very long time.
Okay, I don't see Christian. Mary.
Thank you. Yeah, I lost power. I had to log back in. My question has to do with, people have been saying elect inside, outside, electoral politics, electing. I think electoral politics has been mostly focusing on electing candidates. And I do agree that electing local people, it makes a lot of sense. I'm a local activist myself and have been working on city council and supervisor races. But the other avenue, which I feel the folks haven't explored too much, progressives, is using in states like California and Western states, the ballot, direct democracy, propositions and initiatives. In our county, San Benito and also Monterey, we were able to ban fracking. And even though we were outspent 18-1 by Chevron and other companies, and I think because we engage in very real deep grassroots campaigns. So I feel like, maybe Medicare for all could be the vehicle in this, instead of waiting for our politicians, it could be forever, to change. I think that we should probably explore a state proposition, because if really 80% or so people are supporting this, why can't we, win through a proposition that will really terrify the elected officials? Why don't we use the electoral, direct democracy, the ballot, propositions and local initiatives? What do you think of that as a vehicle to help, whichever party you're with, move much faster?
I think it's an excellent vehicle. Here in Nevada, we've been very successful with ballot initiatives. That's why marijuana is legalized here in Nevada, was with the ballot initiative. That's why there's tighter gun legislation here in Nevada with a ballot initiative. We've used it quite successfully here. And we actually are pursuing a state strategy for Medicare for all here in Nevada. That's one of our big goals. And we're working on a state-by-state strategy for that as well. And the other thing that we should look at if we're going to advocate for a third party or the rise of the third party is doing a ballot initiative for ranked choice voting. Because effectively, if you get ranked choice voting in every state, you're starting to really open the door for a third party. So there's a lot that we can do with the power of the ballot. And I agree, direct democracy is a way to move things faster as well.
Would any of our other panelists like to jump in on this, on the statewide proposition and agency within? Laura, please.
I want to give a real quick one for California has Prop 15, a strong yes on Prop 15, because California, to its shame, started the tax revolt 2 years before Reagan took office, the tax revolt that helped the super rich. And Prop 15 reforms the good old 1978 Prop 13 by making the corporations pay their fair share in property tax. So yes, initiatives, work for those and work for alternatives across the board.
Laura, do you want to weigh in on ranked choice voting as a
ranked choice voting? I live in Oakland, California, and we're one of the cities that has ranked choice voting, and we got it in 2006 in a coalition working together with a lot of League of Women Voters and all the parties, including Republican and Democrat and Green and Peace and Freedom and Libertarian. So yeah, and San Francisco was just a couple of years before that. I think they were the first ones. Maine has got it now as a state, ranked choice voting. And there's Lisa Savage is running against the Susan Collins, who was a Republican that was supposedly okay But so it would be wonderful if that happens. We'll have a green in Congress.
Thank you. Okay, so next question from the audience. Christian, your button is working now.
Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. Just a moment. I had a question. How will the People's Party, DSA, Green Party, and PDPR fight for the rural working class non-affiliated voters? And what is your stance on using the original populist People's Party tools like the Farmers Alliance and Granges to make changes on a local level?
Christian, is there a particular panelist you'd like to hear from first?
It does not matter.
Oh my goodness. Well then, I guess it's a free-for-all. Who would like to take that first? Nick, would you like to?
Yes, but I missed a bit of the question. I'm sorry. Could you restate it?
Christian, you want to restate your question for him? Oh my goodness, where did he go? I'm sorry.
Can you hear me?
Yes, there you are. Go ahead.
Okay. So the question was, how will you all fight for the rural working class non-affiliated voters? And what is your stance on using the original populist People's Party tools like the Farmers Alliance and Granges to make changes on a local level?
That is following what the People's Party and progressive parties of the early 20th century did and the late 19th century. And so that's exactly the kind of thing that we are looking to do, is to mobilize people who are not necessarily in cities to fight for things like universal broadband on top of the universal programs like Medicare for All and free public college that are going to help people across the country. And also for unaffiliated voters, you bring out that someone else brought up earlier that there are a lot of the independents are rising, and that's very much true. Independents are about 45% of the country now. Gallup keeps a monthly kind of poll running, and Democrats and Republicans, those who affiliate as Democrats and Republicans, are about 27% each. And so that is really where people are. In addition to non-voters, most people who've just simply given up on voting as a whole, because they don't see a point. They make a rational calculation that their vote doesn't make a difference, because whether you have a Democrat or Republican, the inequality is going to increase, the cost of healthcare is going to increase, your wage is going to stagnate or decline, and you're not going to see healthcare become more affordable. The wars are going to continue. It's all going to continue. And so by offering substantive difference from that, then we think that we can mobilize millions of people who aren't even in the two parties. Because compared to other countries, as you allude to, the US has a very low rate of participation in our elections, in both in presidentials and even worse in midterms. And as far as the People's Party term, that is certainly something that we could keep. We're going to vote on a final name later on as a membership, and we're also going to vote on a final platform. The membership will at the founding convention.
Thank you, Nick. I want to take another question from the audience, and the next person we have on stack is Ron Birnbaum. Yes. Yeah. No. You're telling me no. Your hand's up. Oh, he's passing. Well, Nina, you're next then.
All right, thank you. Sorry, let me show my video. Hello. So my question is, we know that corporate media has a huge impact on our ability to affect change within electoral politics or outside. How are you strategically doing to overcome this? And where do you think independent media fits into this? And also, how do you think we progressives need to use media to our advantage? So I just think that media is really important. So I just want to know, whatever your strategy is, what are you doing to overcome this?
Is there a particular panelist you'd like to hear from? No, just in general? I don't know what a TikTok is, and I know I don't want to do it.
It's a video thing.
I don't want to know. Laura, do you want to answer on this one?
I will say that that is one of the reasons why the Green Party has to run for president at the same time that we're running at local races. It's not either or, you know, we need to do both. But Jill Stein was somebody who broke into some of the alternative media outlets that she could. She was on Democracy Now! A few times. They had even a real-time debate, you know, where they had Jill Stein at the same time that there was the Democrat and Republican debate, Larry King and some others. But it's really hard because really, I think if Eisenhower were to say it again, he might say something like the military, industrial, banking, pharmaceutical, insurance, media complex is a real tough thing. And so, yes, there are people who have come into, who have done Green Enter and have particularly, folks that have come in as Green Enter have brought in a lot of skills in social media, and we need social media and we need whatever we can do. There are editorial boards that have made explicit decisions to never cover an alternative. So they keep that Tina, there is no alternative in people's minds. Over.
Lawrence? And then we're going to go Lawrence and then Judith. Lawrence, you're muted.
So this show is actually being restreamed by Uphill Media, and that is an independent media organization that's been active since 2016. It is it's like a partner to PDPR, and it's the organization that we use to create our programs and do our live stream broadcasting. We are also exploring getting into low power FM, which will become a conduit for multiple programs to other low power FM stations across rural America. So this gets back to Christian's comment about what can be done for rural America. So yes, that is what we are doing. We're working in a system that completely avoids the corporate media structure.
Thank you, Lawrence. Judith?
Well, that's what we're doing here in Nevada as well, is creating our own progressive media outlets. It's getting to be where most progressives, but even a lot of non-voters and non-partisans are turning to those media outlets for news and information, because there's a basic distrust of corporate media around the country, and for good reason. I remember when Trump first started attacking the media, everybody was up in arms, the Democratic Party was up in arms, but a lot of people, the average person, sat back and said, the media isn't actually, they're not actually made up of journalists anymore. They're not reporting the news anymore. They're a bunch of talking heads and paid lobbyists that are up there to promote a certain position for a certain candidate or a certain party. People are turning to other sources for news and information. So that's where we have to start capitalizing what's already a natural and organic process, and start being better at getting our information out through those sources as well. We try to publicize those things really, really frequently here and share progressive media information and articles and everything within our organizations. The other thing we are looking at is doing that on a local basis as well. Because right now, we have the Las Vegas Review Journal and one online paper, and that's kind of it for print. And then, our news stations obviously are owned by their corporate masters. So you have to find ways to circumvent that. There used to be a thing called the fairness doctrine that used to hold our media accountable. There used to be a division between the news department and the rest of the entertainment, the rest of the channel, the rest of the news media, the rest of the media corporation. There used to be a distinct division between the news and the rest of of the corporation. That's all gone away. All we hear is a person's opinion when we turn on the news, CNN included. So we're not getting actual news, and we have to really be more effective at combating that. But the Democratic Party wasn't doing a good job of it either, because you heard a lot of Republican messaging over the years. We let Fox News become extremely prominent, and the MSNBC definitely wasn't the answer to that. So we've got to do a better job at that as well. But we've got to also work with other organizations and getting the media, getting the news out and the information out, starting on a local basis and putting more and more press releases out. Larry mentioned Uphill Media. A lot of those organizations are working to give a voice to progressives. That's their sole extent. So we've got to get better at that. We've got to work together on that and get the message out.
Thank you so much. Isaac, I know you've been waiting patiently, and I want to give you a chance to ask your question. Are you ready?
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Oh, great. Thank you. I have a couple of questions, quick questions, primarily for people organizing outside of the Democratic Party. But before we can conscientiously fight for a new party, Green, MPP, or otherwise, we need to correct the structural strangleholds that the two parties have implemented. Personally, I think that PDA and our revolution have the best approach, which is to work both inside and outside the Democratic Party. Working inside to take over the Democratic Party as PDPR is also helping to make the Democratic Party once again the party of Eleanor and Franklin Delano Roosevelt, and work outside the party to build a movement that's big enough and strong enough to hold the electeds accountable. If people just cannot stomach joining us to do that, the inside the party part, I get it. In that case, the only three methods that I know of to resolve the stranglehold are 1, ranked choice voting, 2, fusion voting, and 3, proportional representation. So my question to anyone working to organize parties outside of the duopoly, 1, have you read Bill McKibben's letter to the Greens in the New Yorker magazine about ranked choice voting? And 2, what are you doing to solve the several layers of impediments to your success? Thank you. Looking forward to the answers.
Excellent. Thank you. Nick, would you like to go first?
Sure.
Thank you.
And so in other countries, they enjoy more multi-party systems because they have a structure that is set up to enable that and to help support that. They have ranked choice voting, as you brought up. They also have multi-member districts. We need those changes in the United States, undoubtedly. We believe that we can form a major new party now without those changes and to implement them, because you kind of have this chicken and the egg problem that is like, okay, well, we need those parties to have, those structural changes to have a multi-party system, but the Democrats and Republicans are never going to make those structural changes because it helps entrench their power. And so what we believe is that we can break through and then implement those and then turn the United States into a multi-party system. And there's great progress being made. I would urge everyone to check out Voter Choice Massachusetts. As was mentioned, we have the first state in the country has passed ranked choice voting. That's Maine. The Democrats and Republicans fought it viciously. It only passed by initiative. The people passed it. And then the legislature, both parties tried to repeal it. And then the people they initiated a process called the citizens veto, and they overrode the legislature again. And so they managed to keep it. And now in Massachusetts, there is a second statewide effort that is going to be on the ballot in 2020 for ranked choice voting. And that's the direction that we need to go.
Laura?
So the Green Party has been avidly working toward electoral reform. And actually, there's been a lot of electoral reform because people love to see that on the ballot and they vote for it. Unfortunately, the initiatives have all been going in the wrong direction, like Top 2 here in California, but it sounded like it was going to be open primary. And that's how it was sold. Here's a story about San Francisco had at some point 5 or 6 Greens on the City Council Board of Supervisors, since it's the city and county of San Francisco. On that board, there were Greens and on the school boards. And it went from 5 or 6 to where it was 4 or 5 switched to the Democrats. This was shortly after 2003 when Matt Gonzalez very nearly won as mayor of San Francisco, which would have been so wonderful for our country. But what happened was that the Democratic Party, I believe, of California determined that whether you're Progressive Democrats of America or whatever, if you were a Democratic Party club, you could no longer endorse outside of the Democrats, which means if there was a very good progressive candidate in the very progressive city of San Francisco, they could not be endorsed. And then the union leadership follows, again, make a difference between the rank and file and the leadership, and so on. And so what happened was that then anybody, in order to stay in office, flipped over to Democrats. Now, that is how the inside of the Democratic Party has been dealing with electoral reform. And then fast forward to 2019, 16 years later, Gavin Newsom, who won by a hair's breadth mayor in 2003 against Green Matt Gonzalez, had passed by the legislature a bill that would have made it much easier to pass ranked choice voting across the state of California. He vetoed it because he said it's too confusing and people will, it'll be too confusing for the voters. Okay, so that's what we're up against, but you bet. Green Party has proportional representation. 90 countries in the world have that. What's up with our democracy 101? We need an upgrade.
Okay, so I want to get lightning round because we're at 15, we're over time, but it's such a good discussion. It doesn't seem like anybody wants to stop talking. Far be it for me to get in your way. So I want to take another question. Kayla, you've been waiting so patiently. Kayla, will you unmute and ask your question to our panelists? This time we're going to let one panelist respond. So if there's a panelist that you want to speak to your question, please let them know. And take it away, Kayla.
Yeah, I think this is going to be more for around like the Democrats. So because of the momentum of people like Bernie, of Trump, of a lot of populists, MPPs, and everyone, how are we going to try and push establishment Democrats out by fueling progressive multiracial populism as a new backbone for the Democratic Party, assuming that that is the direction that the country decides to go in?
Okay, so do one of our panelists want to directly answer that one?
I think I understand the question. Mm-hmm. So we've seen the corrupt practices of the Democratic Party, such as the blackballing of consultants who worked for challengers to incumbents. That was done by the DCCC. The changes to the bylaws of the Democratic Party that will ban those sorts of practices and anything else that is anti-democratic will only happen is if we amend the bylaws themselves to get rid of those practices. If you read the preamble of the Democratic Party, it is very altruistic and very inclusive, and from that section it goes downhill, and that's where you get all of the anti-democratic things that have been built into the bylaws. And that's what we are trying to root out. We submitted three resolutions to the Convention Bylaws Committee because they could actually propose those changes and pass them on the convention floor next week, but none of them were even allowed to be aired inside the committee itself. And so we now have to go back and do the more arduous task of electing DNC members to the DNC who pledge themselves to democracy, and then getting them to vote for the changes that would ban those sorts of practices.
Thank you, Lawrence. Okay, next question is from Rick. Rick, go ahead and unmute yourself.
Well, seeing as we're on a lightning round, I'm going to change my question. I would like everyone that said ranked choice voting to take a look at STAR. I'm here in New Hampshire and was active in that part there, and a lot of those complaints had validity, and that validity was negated with the STAR voting if they change it from ranked choice voting, in my opinion. But here's the point. I think we have to act quicker than anyone's suggesting here so far, in that we stand, the moratoriums run out, the healthcare, close to 26 million. I mean, it keeps changing. Is it 26 million or is it 40 million? A lot of people could end up homeless and without health care very, very soon. Never mind the planet. We don't have 10 years to wait. So that being said, I think I want to point it to Nick, because I believe Nick is actually taking steps and actions to address this in a quick fashion.
What was your question? Oh, you're muted.
What are you doing to address these problems immediately? Like next month, next week, the month after, not down the road, now.
As the Movement for a People's Party, we took direct action, and it's going to take a lot more of that. And I know we talked about that earlier in the panel, but we believe that it's absolutely essential to get in the streets. And we saw the largest movement, the New York Times reported it as the largest movement in US history, protest movement, as the Black Lives Matter movement. And that happened in response to the murder of George Floyd. And so you can see how change can happen very quickly. We can go from decades where nothing happens to weeks where decades happen. And in fact, we lived it in June. And we can't, because the country has reached a point, particularly with the way that the coronavirus crisis has been handled in the United States, where people are ready for that. And so a combination of direct action, while at the same time building an electoral vehicle that can carry us to challenge, within the electoral system, is we think a winning combination. And that is the kind of thing that it took also to get us out of the Great Depression.
Part of what I really like about this and the answer is it sort of echoes to back when we started this conversation about inside, outside, in, out, fast, slow, and it turns out that it's all of it. Justin, you're next.
Okay. Hold on a second. Okay. There you go. I am. Thank you. Okay. Hi. So I actually ran for state senator here in California under the Democratic banner, just because, as Laura mentioned, that was probably the only way I would get any sort of traction, despite the fact that, I also learned that the Democratic establishment didn't really take kindly to my progressive ideas. But my question really is this. So we now have Joe Biden as the Democratic nominee. And despite the fact that a majority of Democratic voters support the idea of Medicare for all, support the idea of a Green New Deal, support the idea of legalizing cannabis, he flatly rejects each and every one of those positions. So I'm going to throw this question to either Lawrence or Judith. What kind of concrete steps can we take? Because everyone talks about holding politicians accountable, and we hear this cliche all the time. We're going to hold their feet to the fire. We're going to hold their feet to the fire. But it seems as though it's basically rhetoric, because when it comes down to it, no one really seems to want to do anything. So, and it seems like asking pretty please to someone like Biden to support Medicare for all is really falling on deaf ears. So is there any concrete action we can take to make sure he does adopt this? Or is it one of those, you know what, just suck it up and vote for him because Trump?
Judith, I see that you're not muted. Do you want to go on this one?
Sure. Yeah. Well, first of all, I would never tell anybody how to vote. I don't believe in that. Each person has to make that decision for themselves. And I hate the fact that Democrats, that their whole campaign message seems to be a long anti-Trump commercial, and that they're not getting back to the issues and policies that actually would help people. And I don't believe that Biden is going to budge on those issues. I think our best is a pressure campaign on Harris, because we've already seen her act as a weather vane. She's been sort of soft on some of the things that Biden supports and firm on others, but she changes her direction according to public opinion a lot. And I think that that's a pressure point for us to use. I also think, like I said before, I just gave you an example of what was happening here in Nevada, where they were trying to enact a gag rule on progressives and trying to prohibit us from working on progressive campaigns. But we have the majority to outvote them and to vote that down. And as we start to take more and more positions within the state and county central committees, then we get to make the decisions and remove the obstruction. A lot of our legislators actually, in talking with many of them, a lot of them at the state level actually agree with these issues, actually are proponents and advocates for these issues like Medicare for all. But traditionally, progressives have not shown up in the numbers needed. When we get a state legislator to agree to carry a bill, we have to be there to get their back, is what it amounts to. We have to give them cover, because otherwise, the party's going to come after them in the next election. They're going to find themselves at the wrong end when it comes election time. They're going to get cut off from the resources, cut off from BAN, cut off from the things they need to win their election. They'll be blacklisted. So we have to start showing up. And that's one thing that we have not been good at as a whole, as a country, is showing up. Nick keeps talking about direct action, but direct action is only effective if it's a massive amount of people, like the recent Black Lives Matter protests. Are we seeing some reform? Yes, but not a real attack on the inherent racism and the systemic racism that exists and permeates through our government and through our society and through our healthcare and everything else. Yes, there's some small reforms being done, but again, there was a catalyst for that. So in any big, huge protest like that, there's always been a catalyst for it. So where do we find the catalyst to get people here in this country to start being out in the streets? I hope it's not going to take another, death to do that. I think that we've got to find those pressure points, and we've got to apply constant direct pressure at every point we can find, every chink in the armor that we can find. I don't think that it's going to be Biden, though. I think that it's going to be through Harris and through our state legislators and through the people that we send to Congress to start applying that pressure with us and start standing with the people again. And if they know that we're going to actually show up, you'll find a lot more legislators are actually in agreement with us.
Thank you, Judith. John Seeley, you're next with your question.
Well, I'm just wondering whether people look, whether, the panelists have looked carefully at the Republican Party and the methods that certain elements used to defeat the establishment in their party and what we can learn from that. And also, I'd like to specifically ask, there's a lot of talk about pressure, which sometimes people confuse with petitioning. But I mean, is there any pressure that's less important than defeating corporate Democrats in primaries? And do you think we should go as far, in the case of the House, where we have some people to spare, do you think we should go as far as trying to, defeat some corporate Dems this year in November, even if Republicans, pick up a few seats?
Okay, so lessons from the other side of the aisle. Anybody want to tackle this? Lawrence or Laura? Judith, do you want to take this?
Yeah,
one?
I'm happy to weigh in on that. I am a big advocate for primary challenges. And when you go back to somebody had mentioned about, we talk big about holding people accountable, but then we don't take the action to go along with the words. That's one way you take action and hold elected officials accountable, is that they know if they don't answer the people or stand for the people or represent their constituents, there's going to be a primary challenger there ready to take their place. But you have to have a system in place and the structure in place to win. If you're going to do that and to keep the movement going and keep people engaged, there has to be some wins. You can't keep putting people up just to put people up. And then if we're not winning any of those races, then we're effectively rendering ourselves null and void. We won't have any power. So we have to be smarter and more strategic about it. We have to take on races that we know we can win, and we have to start putting people up, recruiting the right candidates. And here, what we're doing in Nevada is forming like an endorsement panel of progressive coalition organizations, where we're working with the Clark County Black Caucus. We're working with the Latinx community through Make the Road Nevada. We're working with the DSA. We're working with lots of other organizations, the Sunrise Movement, so that we're all working together and combining our resources to get that person elected, and that we have the resources to have the ground game to get out the vote and engage people on the level that you need to get those people elected.
Okay, our last question is going to come from Ron. Oh, unmute yourself, Ron.
Okay, there we go.
Almost. Ron's having trouble with the mute and unmute button, which happens in Zoom, as we've all become very familiar and aware.
Oh, no, it looks like I'm unmuted.
You're back. You're back. You're here.
Okay.
You never
I have
left.
no idea what was going on there. I've done so much Zoom. I have no excuse.
It happens.
whatsoever.
Go for it.
I did it.
Actually, I wanted to make a reading recommendation and then ask a question. And so the reading recommendation is a book that I read a while ago called Exit, Voice, and Loyalty by a thinker named A.O. Hirschman, who reflected on organizations that have had trouble and the decisions that people make to leave them or stay in them. And he even looked at political parties and asked that. And it's a great book. One of the conclusions of that book is sort of that sometimes they're very personal, emotional decisions, why people come or go, exit, enter, or whatever, but that often people who do have some similar goals. And I suspect that that's true here. And so the question I wanted to ask people on the panel is what they thought about this organization called the California Progressive Alliance. I've been a member of it, but not participated a lot with it. Sort of like if they see alliance and sort of umbrella as a more important strategy than party identity battles.
Okay, Laura, you want to take this one?
Yeah, I'm lucky enough to live in Oakland, which is just a city or two over from Richmond. And so I've been inspired by them a lot and worked with them a lot. And that was the Richmond Progressive Alliance was what started, and then it was the California Progressive Alliance started a couple of years ago. And Gail McLaughlin, when she was mayor, was the Green Party elected official of the biggest city in the country that had a Green mayor. And the thing that they have in common, and it's the same thing that Nick Branna is talking about and that I'm talking about, no corporate money. At the city level, that's no developer money, because the developers buy out the city councils just as the huge corporations buy out the nation and the medium-sized corporations buy out the states. And so so I think very highly of it. No corporate money, no corporate money, no corporate money. And my favorite election ever in the world was when Chevron, which is the biggest corporation in California, and Chevron has a refinery right there in Richmond, they put in like $3 million against 3 Richmond Progressive Alliance candidates and 2 others that were sort of better than the others. And they lost, and lost all 5. My favorite election ever.
I love the fact that you have a favorite election ever. I feel like everyone needs a favorite election ever. My favorite election ever, I just want to throw it out there because, you know, I get to be a facilitator and I love listening to everybody talk. Thank you so much for coming to this panel and having this discussion. This topic is in particular really important to me because of how important it is to activate within democracy in the spaces that you have available to you. My favorite election was a union election that I was part of, where I won a seat that I shouldn't have won. I was an underdog and a progressive in my values, and it was hard, and I somehow won it. And I just hope whoever's listening to this, not just the folks in the room, but out there in the world, whatever it is that you want to do and be, I hope that you can find a way to be active and organize those around you to help carry you through that journey, because we certainly don't do any of this by ourselves. So I just want to take a second. Thank you to the panelists. I'm quiet clapping because of microphones and how awkward it is. And I'm going to turn it over to someone who's not me.
Thank you, Lindsay. Thank you. We are coming to the closing of our day 1 of our 2-day shadow convention. And we want to thank you, our audience members. We have 94 people here. We've been streaming live on YouTube and the rest of social media. And so we thank you for participating. We thank you for being here. I do want to give a quick rundown of what is to come for tomorrow, our 2nd day of action. And I will read this from my monitor here. Well, thank you, Lauren, for putting that up. We do have at 10 p.m. to 1 Eastern Time, we have a live rally and caravan at Men's Central Jail, Los Angeles. 1 p.m. to 4 p.m. live peace billboard rally in Wisconsin. 1:30 Pacific time to 4:30 remarks from Congressman Ro Khanna and Congresswoman Barbara Lee. We shared Barbara's video with us. She unfortunately cannot be here with us in person, but she has sent a very heartfelt message to all of our delegation. For the afternoon panels, we do have at 2 p.m. to 5 p.m. People's Budget. It actually is supposed to say—
That's just the Eastern time.
Yeah,
sorry.
Eastern time. Got it. No problem. It's 2 to 3:20 actually. That will feature Dr. Melina Abdullah, who is the co-founder of Black Lives Matter Los Angeles, as well as Kat Brooks. And we do have Gus Newport, who happens to also be a delegate and former mayor of Berkeley. At 3:30 Pacific time to 6:30 Eastern time, we have prison reform and abolition. 5 p.m. to 8 Eastern time, we have U.S. foreign policy and demilitarization. And we do have a group of fantastic speakers participating. And we do have a panel after that on climate change, which our very own Igor has put together. Thank you so much for participating, everybody. We will share the Zoom link for you all to register. And just join us tomorrow the same way. We will be live streaming. The schedule of our event is also available for you on social media to take a look at. And we hope to see you all tomorrow.
Yes. And just to add, that we do have a poll that I've been posting, and if you can take that poll, that would be awesome.
Thank you, Sudhi. Have a good night, everybody.
See you tomorrow.
Thank
Thanks
you.
for coming.